All right, I would like to first start with thanking everybody for coming tonight to our board meeting. I do need to make the announcement that Jake will not be participating in the meeting tonight. He is away on business. But we will start this meeting and we'll begin with the flag salute. So Donna, will you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, is there any changes or additions to the agenda?
Just one, I needed to add a health update under my superintendent updates this evening.
All right. Will that need to be, if it's going into your report, is there a motion on that?
Do they have to move to amend?
Yeah,
Informational.
very good. All right, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, next we will go into public comment.
And we do have public comment tonight.
Okay,
Our first speaker will be joining us on Zoom, so it'll take me just a moment. It will be Joe Thayer. And each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we will have a timer on the screen. So, Joe, when you're ready.
All right, thank you so much.
hey Joe, real quick, for you and for anybody that is doing public comment, can you also just state your affiliation, you know, whether you're a parent, a teacher, live in the district, don't live in the district? Thank you.
Great. Yes, absolutely. My name is Joe Thayer. I'm an educator here in the district, and I just wanted to introduce the board to a couple of opportunities I think they might be interested in. The first is there is a statewide coalition forming right now to look at moving bond passage to simple majority. We think this is going to be a multi-year effort, and a number of school districts have already joined. A number of advocacy groups are also engaged in this work. And I cannot think of a better district to be a part of this coalition than the Ridgefield School District, given our recent history and our need to meet the needs of our students and families when it comes to building. So we were part of the work 20 years ago that made levies a simple majority. And, you know, I shudder to think of what would have happened if we still had a 60% threshold for levies. The other thing I wanted to point out to the board is that the Washington Education Association has been doing this teacher residency program where aspiring educators get their teaching certification in the state of Washington. We've been focused exclusively on special education. We partner with a number of districts, and in those districts, they work with WA to provide teaching and hands-on learning opportunities for aspiring educators working in our classrooms. And at the end of the program, we have teachers who have certification to teach in the state of Washington, have the training to be top-notch special education teachers, and have signed a 3-year commitment to the district, their partner district. I know that while some of our neighboring districts are shrinking and it's easy for us to find classroom teachers, special educators are still always worth their weight in gold, and it is so difficult to find access to great special education teachers. We have some amazing ones in Ridgefield. I work with truly amazing individuals, and I just want more of them, right? So WA is looking to expand into our area. They want to add 12 new districts. I think Ridgefield would be a great opportunity, a great partner district for the WA to work with them to get great teacher candidates, trained to be great teachers, and then have access to those great teachers in our classrooms, serving our students and our families. So I've sent emails to the board of directors and to Dr. Rodriguez about both of these issues this evening, and I just wanted to thank them for their service, for looking into this, and I think this would be a great opportunity for our district and our community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker will be Heather Ficucci.
See how loud this is. Okay. Good evening. My name is Heather Ficucci. I'm speaking tonight as an elementary arts specialist with 25 years experience, as a former Ridgefield parent whose children both thrived in this district, and as someone who cares deeply about the whole child. Currently, art is taught once a week for 60 minutes, and music and PE are taught twice a week for 30 minutes each. Music and PE have followed this model for over 30 years, and art for nearly 20. Under the new schedule, art will move from 60 minutes to 45 minutes once a week. While it may sound like a small change, it directly reduces the time students spend making art. Instruction and cleanup times remain the same. So the 15 minutes comes entirely from the hands-on work. In practice, that means students lose almost 50% of their hands-on art making every single week. Research shows this independent work time is essential for building creativity, problem solving, focus, fine motor skills, and confidence. Music and PE have an even bigger loss. They would move from 2 sessions a week to 1. This represents a 50% reduction in frequency. For skill-based subjects, frequency is critical. Less regular practice means more reteaching, slower skill development, and less confidence for students. From my own teaching experience, I spent 10 years teaching 40 minutes of art in Vancouver, 40 minutes a week. It was rushed, it was stressful, leaving little room for exploration, reflection, deep learning, or building connections with students. I fully support adding a science specialist. Science deserves a meaningful instructional time, just like art, music, and PE. However, I have concerns about SEL being taught as a pull-out specialist program. The Character Strong curriculum is designed to be taught by classroom teachers, embedded in daily routines, relationships, and community building. SEL is most effective when it's part of the classroom, where students already have trust and connection. Most teachers want to lead this work, and it strengthens the entire learning environment when they do. In closing, I know these schedules were designed with students' best interests in mind. Since specialists, who are direct stakeholders, were not invited to the table, my hope in speaking tonight is to share what specialists see and experience every day, the instructional realities and the benefits of consistent, hands-on practice. Thank you for listening and for your dedication to our students.
Stephanie Bloom.
My name is Stephanie Bloom, and I am a parent, community member, and teacher in the district, so I fall under 3 categories there. And I think that my perspective on what I'm going to talk about can be unique because of that. I am also here to talk about the reduction in time of our elementary specialists for the 26-27 school year. As Heather described, it will go from 60 minutes to 45, and the frequency of PE and music will be reduced. As a teacher, I know that the need for instructional time is very important. For PE and music, our students need not just the time to receive the information, but time and consistency to learn the skills. One 45-minute block once a week will not be sufficient for them to build on these skills. Time in class for practicing these skills is really essential. This is the time that teachers have to give feedback in real time and allow the students to build their skills. I've seen this in my own practice. Students who have music or band once a week or twice a week do not grow as much as the students that I have every day, and we have seen this in their learning. Art classes also need the time to be able to work on projects and get feedback in real time from the teachers as they work on their projects. Specialist teachers will also have less time to get through their guaranteed standards that they have spent many, many hours putting together. As a community member, I love living in Ridgefield. The arts and athletics are such an important part of what makes Ridgefield a place that people want to live and people thrive. Loss of time for these subjects in our schools, which are an essential part of our community, these aspects will slowly dwindle. Students in our schools need to be well-rounded, and it is shown that these subjects are important. Students who know how to be healthy and who are involved in the arts also succeed more in their academic areas. As a parent, these classes have been integral in the life of my own children as well as their friends and schoolmates. My oldest daughter is now a performing arts major at college. Without the beginning steps of music that she learned in elementary school, her passion would not have been discovered as early in life, and her skills certainly would not have been able to grow. Part of her area of focus is costume design. Without the skills learned and practiced in elementary art, her sketching skills would not have been able to improve without the guidance of a teacher and without the time to get that feedback. And while parental influence may be part of their performing arts, skill growth happens at school. My youngest, who is also involved in the arts, found her passion in athletics. If she had only had a short time once a week in PE, her passion and skill level would not have been discovered when it was. Because of the time and consistency she learned in her younger years, when she reached middle school, she was comfortable joining sports and is now a part of our thriving RHS volleyball program. I urge you to consider the elementary specialist schedule again and look for solutions. I am open to any conversations to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Katie Rinker.
Hi, my name is Katie Rinker, and I'm actually here speaking on the behalf of a colleague whom I obviously love dearly who could not be here tonight. So I'm sharing her words with you. As a specialist teacher at Union Ridge, they're equally my sentiments also. So as we all know now, specialist programs at the elementary level are being reduced to once a week and cut from 1 hour down to 45 minutes. This change is really dear to me because as a specialist, I believe these classes play a vital role in developing well-rounded learners. These areas provide students with opportunities to explore creativity, movement, literacy, and self-expression while making learning engaging and meaningful. Art, music, and physical education help students build skills that support success in all academic areas. Just like classroom instruction, specialists teach to specific standards and intentionally focus on skill development. With instructional time being cut and frequency being reduced, I don't believe it is best practice to view these classes as optional or expendable. They are essential components of a balanced education that supports the whole child academically, socially, emotionally, and physically. I will conclude with this. The phrase unlimited possibilities is woven throughout our district's website, and it's a cornerstone of our mission statement. However, when specialist instruction is reduced and our instructional minutes are cut, we are not fully honoring that commitment. These reductions limit meaningful access to art, music, and physical education, and ultimately narrow the opportunities that we can provide to our students. Rather than reflecting unlimited possibilities, this message suggests that only some opportunities are available. To truly live out who we say we are as a district, we must ensure our students and families receive the full, well-rounded education that they deserve. Cutting and shorting these essential programs is a disservice to our students, families, and our community. Thank you.
Wendy Golden.
My name is Wendy Golden, and I'm a music educator at Union Ridge Elementary School.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here to respectfully ask you to reconsider the proposal to reduce elementary specialist classes to 45 minutes a week, and specifically music and PE from twice a week to once a week. At the elementary level, consistency matters. We know that students need movement in order to be learning ready, and our classes support the development of the whole child. Others have spoken powerfully to that, so I won't repeat it, but I do want to emphasize that our classes are not extras. They are foundational. From an instructional standpoint, once a week learning is simply not enough. Music and PE and art are skill-based subjects, and these skills require regular practice and reinforcement. Singing, reading notation, playing instruments, motor skills, coordination, technique, physical literacy all depend on frequency. When students only see a subject once a week, much of that class time is spent reteaching what was forgotten rather than building forward. Progress will slow, confidence drops, and engagement suffers. We would never expect strong growth in reading or math with once-a-week instruction, and the brain does not treat our subjects any differently when it comes to retention and developmental growth. There is also an important equity issue. For many elementary students, school is the only place they will ever experience music instruction, visual art, or structured physical activity. Not all families can afford private lessons, sports teams, or art classes outside of school. For these children, school is their only opportunity to experience, explore, and discover hidden talents. Reducing access disproportionately affects students who already have fewer opportunities. And these programs don't just support academics, they open doors. Early exposure to music, art, and PE can spark interests that lead to future careers in these and many creative and technical fields. Those pathways often begin with consistent, positive experiences in elementary school. When we limit access, we narrow possibilities before students even know what those possibilities are. I also want to respectfully encourage collaboration and transparency before changes like this are implemented. The specialists who teach these subjects have a deep expertise in child development and curriculum progression. Including them in the decision-making process ensures that changes are informed by instructional reality. Clear communication with classroom teachers, families, and the broader community is equally important so stakeholders can understand the impact and share concerns or alternatives. Ultimately, this is about what we value for our youngest learners. I urge the board to protect consistent twice-weekly access to music and PE and 60 minutes a week for all specialist classes in our elementary schools, and also to engage in open, collaborative dialogue before making decisions that have long-term effects on students. Our youngest learners deserve an education that allows them to move, create, practice, thrive, and discover their potential every week. Thank you.
Noelle Sorella. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Noelle Sorolla. I am a parent and a PTA member at Southridge Elementary. I do apologize. I only found out about this meeting about 2 hours ago on top of working, on top of bus pickup. So I don't have a whole speech prepared. It's more just questions and comment. So this is regarding the specialists for the 2026-2027 school year. What is the curriculum for SEL, and can parents obtain it now?
So with public comment, we listen.
Okay, I'll just continue on. Sorry.
Perfect.
This is my first time to one of these as well, so I apologize. What prompted needing SEL to be its own specialty while cutting others? Children this age need physical activity and creative outlets like music. Taking time away from those specialties is putting them in a position that will fail them in one way or another. 14.2% children ages 6 through 17 in Washington State are obese. That's roughly 1 in 7 children. I don't have the statistics of Ridgefield. I still can look into that, but that is from the stateofchildhoodobesity.org. SEL can be taught in the regular classrooms and at home. My son personally loves PE. Today he had PE and I asked him, what did you love about PE? And he said the lava game. I don't know what that is, but he loved it. I just want to know, as a parent, also, who makes these decisions? Why was there not an email sent to all the parents tonight that this meeting was taking place? I found out 2 hours before. How do these changes in the curriculum get finalized? Is there a vote? Are there meetings from that vote? If so, I would like to see those specific meetings from that vote that this was passed. It just feels like there is not as much transparency between the community and what parents are in the know of. And I'm speaking as a first-time parent. I only have one child, he's in kindergarten, so I'm new to this. But put yourself in my shoes. If I'm new to this and I'm coming forward and I'm thinking the only parent here right now coming forward, what about other parents out there in the community who feel in the outskirts? And they are seasoned parents, veteran parents with more than one child. So for me, it's important to me to know how these decisions are made. Why are the parents kind of left in the dark after the fact? And why are we taking away specialties that are benefiting them, especially when it comes to childhood obesity? I can't emphasize that enough. We need to, as parents, as a community, protect kids with their specialties. And if SEL is so important, I would like to see such studies show why it's going to replace something important like PE and music. Because those, to me, outweigh far more than SEL in the classroom when that's usually taught in, let's just say, a 15, 20-minute parameter within some capacity of that school. That is all I have. Those are my comments. I apologize again, it's not a proper speech, but again, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Brian Vogel.
Hi, I'm Brian Vogel. I'm speaking as a teacher and as a parent. As a teacher, obviously I'm directly affected by this impact on elementary specialists. As a parent, I worry about my kids and the impact that it's going to have on them. I look at students in my class, I look at students in a regular classroom, and I see a lot of wiggles, a lot of kids that need to move more. We've taken a lot of that opportunity away from them and impacting this even more. Kids do better when they can move, right? They need to be active, they need to be moving. Thinking just from a learning standpoint, like it helps by reducing their stress and anxiety, improves their classroom behavior, and builds their confidence and social skills. Okay, I understand that SEL is important. I am not arguing that whatsoever. I think in a classroom where a teacher that sees them every day that can impact them more in that category, I think is a better fit for the SEL instruction. As an elementary specialist, I also embed SEL in what we do. We talk about sportsmanship, we talk about being kind, we talk about helping each other. So those things are embedded. Thinking about that impact and how it can really help them, I think taking away music and PE, reducing the frequency of it, isn't just cutting 15 minutes. Like, I'm not covering 2 lessons in 45 minutes. When I think about kindergartners, when they have PE Monday and Friday, Friday is a lot of reteaching. It's too much time in between. To go a week in between for them is too much. It's going to impact what they remember, what they retain, what we can do. So it feels like it's cutting it in half. And then not to mention those students that have that specialist on a Monday, there are 11 Mondays that we are missing next year. That's roughly 30% of their instructional time that now is lost. And so I look at those impacts and it feels bigger than just cutting 15 minutes. And I worry about long-term how that's going to affect students in the classroom. And I know there are other districts who have made these changes. And as an educator, I would say, are their test scores that much better than ours that we need to follow that model? Because it's not. And if I want to look at what is healthy for a kid, I'm looking at what's working in other countries and other avenues, and the increasing physical activity is one of those things. And as a colleague, I would be remiss not to speak up for some of my friends that I work with and see the impact that it's had on them and how they've been treated throughout this process, and it's disappointing and hurtful for me. So thank you.
Sarah Koharczyk.
Hi, my name is Sarah Koharczyk. I both am a parent of one current Southridge student, one student who I did have to transfer to Gardner. I'm also I embedded myself in this community when I got this job 5 years ago, but I would like to present a very different and unique perspective as a former student of Vancouver School District. I would love to get up to you here and talk to you about that impact my elementary music teacher had on me, but they didn't.
I had music once a week for 40 minutes. I don't know who those people were. I don't remember those lessons. And I paid for it my entire career as a musician. I got to middle school and I had a big voice, and I had told people since I was 6 that I want to be a singer. And my parents, who are not musicians, said, oh, that's nice. I had the most amazing middle school choir teacher who pushed me and helped me persevere through the fact that I could not match pitch properly. I could not hold a steady beat. I could not read notes. I could not keep rhythm. I had a very mixed high school teaching choir teachers. I went through 5 in 2 years. And ended up with the fabulous Philip Denton, who is an amazing educator, and I am so glad I got 2 years with him, and he could help push me to get to college, where I struggled again. And I've never admitted this publicly. I failed ear training. I failed. And I had to do the whole 3-class set twice. And then I failed the 3rd level for a 2nd time. And the amazing Dr. Jean Heldner did a one-on-one class with me so that she could get me through that. And while I can't directly say that it's not just who I am, but I can say that I teach elementary music because I don't want students who have a desire and a dream to become a musician to struggle the way I struggled. I know I'm a fabulous singer, and I can tell you, I raised the most fabulous singers. My classes sound amazing. I took 3 summers to become fully ORF certified, which you can ask me later about it. But what I can also tell you is that every parent's nightmare is the recorder unit, unless they're in my room. I spent 3 summers, 2 hours a day, learning how to teach recorder better so that I can teach our students the impact of wind on pitch with an instrument, so that way when they get to band, they understand why their teachers tell them to breathe faster or slower or softer or harder. They understand this language, so that way the band teachers don't have to work so hard because it's already been embedded in them. They already know the knowledge, and that way we are increasing our, not just their skills in elementary school, but their skills in middle school, in high school, in college, and even if it means just that one of my students someday picks up guitar at the age of 20 because they want to, and they know how because I taught them. Thank you.
And Jody Adams.
Thanks. All right, so I am, first of all, I've recently heard about the elementary schools moving to this new schedule. And I am married to a teacher in the district, but I am also, I'm here today as a concerned parent of a 1st grader at Union Ridge. And then I have a 2nd child who's turning 4 this year, future tater tot. So under the current model, I really like that Birdie has like the specials with music and PE twice a week. Also, just to say 30 minutes is a really appropriate, developmentally appropriate amount of time for a 1st grader to have music and PE. So I just want to echo what so many people have already said, that while it seems like maybe just a 15-minute reduction per week, it will definitely feel like the amount of time is getting cut in half. I was surprised to hear, just in like kind of preparing to come today, I asked, well, how many, because I've asked Birdie before, like, how much time do you get during recess? She's like, well, I don't know. But then I actually found out that it's only 20 minutes, like twice a day. That's just not very much time already for kids to move during the day for recess. Not to mention, a lot of kids don't move during recess. They don't necessarily get out and wiggle, get their wiggles out the way that they do in PE. So just having that time, feeling like it's cut in half for PE is gonna be really significant for kids. If any of you up there, and I know some of you have, like learned an instrument before, just wanna echo again that, you know, there's a reason why we have to practice every day. And that's because, you know, you can't build skills if you lose time, and having that feel like it's cut in half, just wanna say again, is not good. And then just specifically want to mention art. Anyone who's been to the Ridgefield District Art Show, and I know all of you have, knows that our students in this district make truly amazing art. Ridgefield Elementary Schools with the hour-long arts blocks have a visual art program that's more robust than other neighboring districts. I teach in VPS myself. which is a big reason why we chose to raise our kids here, actually, was because of the longer arts blocks. It's a really, really great program. That's also what attracted my husband to Ridgefield to teach elementary art 16 years ago. He didn't want to teach in a school like VPS, so if we want to be able to attract and retain good teachers, we need to have like good teaching, like a good teaching environment for them. I also want to mention, so Alan, this is my husband, says that there's 31 to 38 hours of art instruction per year. Under the new model, it would be like maybe 23 to 28. So it's a significant reduction. And then just echoing what other people said, major concerns with the way this decision was made. I would really urge the board and Dr. Rodriguez to bring stakeholders into the decision and revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all of our public comment for the evening.
All right. I want to say thank you for everybody that did come and participate in public comment tonight. We've heard you, and if you have any further questions, feel free to email us those questions. And so, again, appreciate your participation. With that, we are going into the superintendent's report.
Okay, we have two of our school reports this evening because we had to reschedule one previously. And up first, we're going to hear from Union Ridge Elementary. So I'd like to welcome over to the podium Principal Angie Gobb and Assistant Principal Christine Flutter-Johann, which I learned how to spell this year, so I know. Thank you. They're, I'm sure, going to be happy to take questions throughout, but also they have some time at the end to take questions as well.
All right, let's take this quickly. All right, I think we have this. All righty, well, good evening, Dr. Jenny, President Jones, members of the board, and community members. I'm Angie Gobb, school principal over at Union Ridge.
I'm Christine Flutter-Johann, assistant principal at Union Ridge.
Oh, speak directly into the mic, okay. Last year when we presented to the board, we shared our journey over the last 7, or at that time 6 years, that I've been on with my staff. And that journey was, some of it was new implementation, some of it was refinement, and it was around this idea of these 8 areas that had direct impact on student learning. Well, this year we're going to present 3 of those in a little more detail. And those 3 areas are all around social emotional development for students, PLTs, and inclusionary practices. At Union Ridge, we have a leadership team. This is the mission statement. You're welcome to read it. The leadership team, the philosophy at Union Ridge is that we're in the trenches together doing the heavy lift. It takes a team. And the team consists of me, myself, my AP, Christine, Amanda, our school psych, Matt, our amazing instructional coach, and we have a new lab specialist, and her name's Lindy, and she's doing a fantastic job. We work in collaboration with teachers to support their capacity to really work with students and have all those interventions and enrichment opportunities in learning.
So here are our student demographics this year at Union Ridge. So we continue to grow our diversity, which is exciting, but our population is predominantly white with Latinx and 2 or more races behind that. And then we have a slightly higher amount of female students than male students. And in our special programs, our enrollment is 27.6% in low income, 14.5% on IEPs and special education, 4.6% on a 504 plan, and 4.2% multilingual. These are Smarter Balance Assessment scores from the last several years, and you can see a little bit of a trend. Our ELA data tends to be slightly higher than our math data, and so as a result of that, we've looked at the school improvement plan this year and really shifted our focus a little heavier on the math side. So 2 of our 3 goals that we'll talk about today are aligned to math.
All righty. Our school improvement plan has already been shared with the board, so I'm just going to summarize our 3 goal areas, and if you have questions at the end, I can go in more detail. All 3 of our areas, 2 of them are around math, 1 is around reading, and we are using the iReady diagnostic comparative data from fall to spring to measure this. So, As Christine shared, we noticed that our students are performing higher in ELA on the SBA than mathematics. So we are focusing heavily on mathematics in our PLTs when we're doing intervention enrichment. So our first goal is around number sense and operation. We know that students, for them to really progress in mathematics, need to have a strong foundation in number sense. So goal 1 is all around number sense as measured in the iReady diagnostic. Goal 2 is really looking at the disparity gap that we see with our students who are on IEPs and how they're performing in mathematics compared to students who are not on IEPs. And I'll talk to that in just a few slides about how we're working in collaboration with our SPED teachers to be more intentional about how we serve those kids and meet those needs. Last but not least, we are continuing our work with science of reading and really focusing on the phonics and making sure all of our learners are walking away with strong foundation in phonics, because as we know, that is the stepping stone for future literate students. We're working to make sure that our teachers continue to teach the foundational reading curriculum to fidelity, and also working in collaboration to intervene early and often. Still me, I feel like I've been talking a while. Okay. Like I said, one of our focus areas is around our PLT. That's going to be an area we're constantly refining. That work is never ending. This year we added a layer to our PLTs, and that is a guiding coalition. Many members of the guiding coalition participated in the August Summer Institute up in Tacoma. And this team consists of specialists, K-5 teachers, counselor, instructional coach, many members, and they come to the table and we talk about student outcomes. Specifically, it's across the board. It's not just with math and reading, but we're also looking at how it's impacting music, or even our kids and how they're performing in their cell groups. Last week, we worked in partnership with Matt, our instructional coach, to look at a standard around subtraction, K4, and how it changes over time. Teachers brought to the table, you'll see in this picture, they brought common formative assessments, they brought student data, they brought a rubric that was talking about the grading practices, and then everyone had a time to go around and really look at the different standards and how it built over time and the rigor. It opened up this dialogue about shared vocabulary across the grade levels, rigorous opportunities between each of the standards, and then also this idea of grading practices. Are we really truly grading the same? Because if we are not, then our data is invalid. So the conversation was rich. This team will take that information back to their PLT, they'll share out, and then big picture planning is having this opportunity with all staff down the road.
Now with our social emotional curriculum that we're piloting this year across the district, Character Strong, we're really trying to focus our PBIS in alignment with Character Strong so that we're leveraging that common language that we're using with students in the curriculum. So we're looking at the character traits that they talk about each month and the 3 B's: be kind, be strong, and be well. And we're using that shared language in the classroom, out on the playground. We've trained some of our paraeducators in what's incorporated in the curriculum, just to provide that consistency for students, because we know if they have that consistent support across the building in all settings, that they'll be more successful with learning and acquiring those skills. This is also creating kind of a culture of accountability with everyone, where we're collectively working together to support students as they grow their social emotional skills. So this shift really comes with changing the mindset from thinking about me as an individual to we as a community. And so as part of that, we're supporting students with understanding that every choice they make has an impact on the people around them and our school community as a whole. And I think students are really starting to see that, like, oh, we work together to like build this culture and community that we have at Union Ridge, which is a really positive thing to see. So to incentivize them in this good work, we have started our top token system. So this is a token economy system that students have, where we reinforce those expectations that we see across the building. So our paras have them in their pockets, we carry them around, teachers are giving them out. And when we see students exhibiting those character traits or the 3 B's, we're handing out tokens, and kids get to take those back to their classroom and celebrate celebrate with their teacher. They go into a collective class jar, and as that gets filled, then they get to earn a class incentive. So teachers might do like a hot cocoa party sponsored by our PTO, or they might do a pajama day or something special where they get to bring a stuffy, like a cozy day. So those are some of the fun classroom activities they get to do. And then once their class jar gets emptied into the school-wide jar, it contributes to our school-wide incentives. So anybody who has a tater tot, maybe heard in December, we had our first school-wide incentive, which was a neon DJ dance party, and it was very popular. So if you didn't hear about it, ask a tater tot. So those are some examples of the way we're really incentivizing students, and what they're telling us is that they feel proud when they earn a token, they feel valued, they feel like they're doing a good job, and teachers are seeing the positive impact too, where they're seeing, gosh, my kids feel so like involved, and they support each other, they cheer each other on when they drop a token in the jar, even if they weren't the one that earned it. So that's really cool. So we have a couple of tater tots who can tell you a little bit about their perspective as well. That one first, please. Thank you.
I got my token from Miss Fraser's classroom, the counselor. We were paying attention really greatly, so that's how we are getting tablets. Tokens have helped our community because kids are cleaning up, helping people when they fall, and like doing stuff without being asked. And I feel like it's doing a lot of good stuff for our community because people are making our school a better place.
Do you remember the word for doing something even when no one's watching?
And they're also having a lot of integrity. Good job.
So that just gives you an idea of how the students are feeling and experiencing this new program that we're implementing.
Alrighty. The idea of shifting from me to we, we're also doing that as our adult community. Our teachers have been working in collaboration through their PLT for a long time, but really being intentional about how we're also working in collaboration with our special education team, because we know that multiple brains is going to have greater outcomes than one brain. So as I said, in our disparity gap with our students on IEPs, we have to start looking at how we serve these kiddos. So our teams now are coming together, and the conversations they're having is around what is the grade level standard, what is the curriculum our gen ed teachers are using to meet these standards, and how can our gen ed, our special education teachers take that and redesign some of their specially designed instruction for their learners. So not only are they getting their specially designed instruction, but they have opportunity to access learning at that grade level. This is something that requires a lot of partnership, resources, conversations, and shared ownership. And we just started digging into this work this year, but I have a feeling it's going to be quite impactful. And then last but not least, this idea that this takes a village to raise a child. And currently in our world, we know we have kids coming to us with many needs, and our resources are finite. So we've really tried to lean into our members of our community, our PTO, and anyone honestly who wants to be part of the school to help in any way. So it could be whether it's helping with our Character Strong incentives. We have families that are coming in now and they're running maybe a one-on-one reading groups with kiddos. We have small group instruction happening outside with retired teachers, people coming in and teaching some social studies, anything that allows us to partner with our community. Our community wants to be involved, and we just have to be really intentional about reaching out and inviting them in so we can have some shared ownership and some responsibility together, because as we know, this job is not going to get easier, and we are going to really need to lean on our community to make sure when we say all is all that we are working together to make that happen. So these are our focus areas for the year, along with the other 6 big ideas that we shared last year. And with that, are there any questions for us? Or the board, any questions for us?
I had one. You talked about your group that's called the Guiding Coalition, and they went to an institute last summer, you said. Approximately how many teachers out of the school are part of that?
In the Guiding Coalition?
Yeah.
10 or 12 we have one K4 teacher all the way across, so one K, one first, one second. We have a specialist, we have a sped person, counselor, instructional coach, intervention specialist.
And they still get a chance to meet together throughout with their PLTs now?
Yeah, so this is outside of the PLT work.
Right, but they still get a chance to come together now after they've done their learning and
Absolutely, so they take that back and share it,
Yeah.
and yes.
Great, thank you.
I usually have questions, so everyone's waiting for me to ask you something. I'm like, that was fast. I love that. Can you talk a little bit about the goal around disparity on testing? I don't know that I totally caught where we are currently with that and what progress has been made, or if you've seen any yet, because maybe this is just too much at the beginning of the process for that
Yeah, that disparity gap with our kiddos on IEPs in comparison to kids who are not on IEPs, it's pretty significant. And I would love to say that the work that we've dived into has already resulted in growth. It has not yet, but we will continue to dive in. Part of it is like also who we're measuring. Sometimes we look at this subgroup of kiddos and we're looking at kids on IEPs and then they exit, which is what we want, but then you're looking at that subgroup and now your data is showing that there's a bigger gap. But we don't want that to excuse the fact that there's some heavy lift to be done there. Those, we want to make sure those kiddos are, over time, are at grade level, and that work has to be intentional to get there.
Thank you for that. Dr. Rodriguez, is there an opportunity for us to kind of see as a board where we end up? I mean, 1 year is not a huge amount of time to make massive amounts of progress. Although I know we have amazing educators in the room, like a lot of work is being done. But I just, as our responsibility is to kind of keep an eye on things from the big picture, like I would love to see how you all do and be able to celebrate progress with you, and also keep asking questions on what else the district can be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You'll recall we had Tiffany Gold present a few months back on just the kind of the overview as a district, but we certainly can come back with campus by campus to look at that disparity data if the board would like.
I'd be interested in that. I know that was still a question we are still kind of looking at in terms of our own board's work. So.
We went through a lot of information, but I appreciate the teamwork, and I appreciate the we and the buy-in on the we, and I think that's what it's going to take. But thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate the presentation.
Yep. Thank you, and I want to thank our staff for all their hard work. They're given their 100% every single day. Thank you for the community, and go Tater Tots!
Okay, and then next up, it's pretty exciting because we're hearing from both elementaries tonight. We have Southridge Elementary School with Principal Tani Malone and Assistant Principal May Joel is here as well in the audience.
Good evening. Yes, so I'm Tani Malone. May give a wave of hand. I gave her a pass on presenting this evening, so you get to just stare at me for the next few minutes. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, President Jones, and the board for providing time for us to share about our successes and our next steps as Southridge as we move through this year. I would like to share with you our mission at South. Oh, sorry, I have it. I'm waiting for Danny. I'm like, I can stall a bit. Sorry. So our mission as a building in progress, with all of our changes coming, our guiding coalition has come up with a guiding mission for fostering a community where student voices drive learning, cultivating confident, engaged individuals prepared to thrive as expert learners. So what I appreciate about this mission is it communicates that in order to achieve this, we ourselves as educators need to strive to develop a culture for learning within our own learning community as adults, and really live within this culture of inquiry. So that's what I hope that's what you hear as the theme throughout this presentation this evening. Our leadership team, so I included our systems leadership team, so our admin, interventionist, instructional coach, but then what you'll see also mixed in here is that guiding coalition. So we have grade level representatives. Again, to echo Angie, there's members on this team that had the opportunity to go up to the PLC Solution Tree Institute in the summer. So they are continuing the work through this guiding coalition and as members of their grade level PLTs. So that's our big team. Our demographics are, you'll notice some slight differences between us and Union Ridge. So still predominantly white, but our low income percentage is slightly higher, as well as our English language learner percentage, and about the same in our special education subgroup population. Oh. Sorry, I had made a slide where it combined third and fourth, so thank you for whoever helped separate that out a little bit. So these are our Smarter Balance Assessment percentage achievement over the last few testing years. So you'll see, again, that trend of there's growth from third to fourth in ELA, that cohort. But in math, we saw a decline from third to fourth. So we've been trending down in mathematics. So that's kind of a trend across our elementaries right now. And I was excited to see growth within ELA, especially with taking on the adoption of a new curriculum. We don't always experience that. Usually there's a dip. I also somewhat attribute our dip in third grade possibly to the focus, we had our lens on literacy. So that might be represented in that data as well for our mathematicians, but we're kind of slowly declining over the years. So you'll see a strong focus in mathematics in one of our goals as well. So our goals live around the priorities of strengthening our core instruction. So really digging in, continuing that work from last year with our guaranteed viable curriculum, the selection of our essential standards, and what we are committing to as a school and as our PLTs, guaranteeing for our students to learn from year to year. And this year, that next layer of, if this is our guarantee, what does that mean? Vertically, like if by third grade I'm saying this is guaranteed, like an assessment item, they will be proficient on this assessment item in the SBA. What does that look like for first grade? What are we guaranteeing for our first grade students? So that core instruction, digging into at the standard level and making sense of those standards. In addition to that, we are continuing to work on standardizing intervention protocols and progress monitoring tools so that we can better monitor as a system where our growth is happening when interventions need to adjust or modify. So you'll hear about that a little bit this evening within reading. So we were kind of deciding as teams what data collection systems we're using, and we're just working closely on does the progress monitoring tool, as far as the assessment, match the intervention being received? So is it actually measuring the impact of the intervention? And then even as simple as like, how are we collecting it in a data spreadsheet that's visible to others besides the person providing intervention? That way we are collectively supporting one another to make improvement. And then again, just the fidelity and consistency of our core instruction, the work that's happening within our greater PLC and then our grade level PLTs, growing those skills. And most recently at one of our staff meetings, what we really leaned in on was, especially among this time of change and transition, the importance of the process versus necessarily the people that we love and work with every day, right? So as our teams change, the importance is that we are well established in the processes and cycles of inquiry that drive a PLT, so that whoever I'm sitting with at a table, we're all on the same page of what the work is that we're doing. So just really continuing to revisit the work, what that looks like in our PLTs. Okay, so one of our goals, again, is around math. What drove this decision was last year's iReady data as well as the SBA. So again, trending down in mathematics. We also fell within the number and operations standards, same as Union Ridge, as one of our areas of challenge that students weren't making growth in. Another reason or rationale for that decision, knowing mathematics and the vertical progression, that those domains, numbers and operations, and then operations and algebraic thinking, are like become gatekeepers along the way in higher mathematics. So our duty as elementary teachers is to give that strong foundation for our students so that it just reduces barriers as they move through our system. So we took that huge domain, broke it down into, from our overarching goal into SMART goals. So we have a SMART goal developed for each grade level. And basically what we did was look back at our GVCs, think about what standards, identify what standards are within this domain, and pick a through line. So each one of our grade levels are laser focused on one standard, which that grain size seems very small and maybe not as impactful, but when you map the standard, it has like roots, like a plant, and it touches all other domains and supporting standards within that. So we picked a high leverage one. So from October through now, we established SMART goals. We utilized a data analysis and goal setting protocol that's linked in the slide deck if you want to enjoy it later as an extracurricular activity. And then really talked about the vertical progression of that specific standard. So with that came the rationale. So you'll see in that document just why it's high leverage, what happens at each of the grade levels, and what happens next, like what those next steps are. And then again, back to that practice of common data collection, we provided teams with a template to track their common formative assessment data so that like that step was done for them, first of all, and that anybody, again, that's at the table, if we're in a vertical team or grade level team, we know how to orient to the data table. It just makes it more efficient. That's, I think, enough for now. So where we are now, from our baseline in fall, what I zoomed in on is that algebraic domain. So that's operations and algebraic thinking. That was where we anticipated seeing the most growth based on the standard that we laser focused in on. And that's where we did see the greatest growth. You can see in the little sidebar there, but we moved from 32 to 62%. We are still in overall placement kind of trending towards similar growth as last year. So we're planning this Friday to discuss that, bring data back to the table, and consider the what next to meet that stretch goal. I don't think I read the goal to you, and I apologize. Some of the action steps that are happening in the classroom, so that plan, do, study, act cycle. Teachers selected routines, those high leverage routines that would enhance, I'm not going to say supplement the curriculum, I did, but enhance the curriculum in a way that would directly, again, focus in on the standards that we decided as a grade level that were this guarantee, right? So some of those routines in math looked like discourse routines, so a lot of student talk, being able to analyze mathematics, justify their thinking, question the reasoning of others. So really moving also from the use of manipulative, so that concrete, out to abstract. So thinking of in every classroom, no matter what grade level, students have access to manipulatives with abstract, the numeric representation, the understanding that that is the most abstract for all of our grade levels. For reading, our second goal, we were still looking at our overall comprehension, so both in a fiction and nonfiction text. Our baseline was 36% overall. We are aiming for 65%. This gain will be driven, again, because that's such a large goal, this gain will be driven by implementation of targeted fluency practices, focusing on reading rate and accuracy, and measured by our iReady assessment throughout the year. We took the same process as we did with math, so I won't repeat it, but SMART goal, data analysis. The rationale is rooted in the indicator of reading fluency that strongly supports reading comprehension. So what resulted from this study of is, routines that are around oral reading fluency. So within our core content, we saw routines embedded within core as well as intervention strategies during the intervention time with specialists and with their grade level teachers. Where we are right now with our growth, we gained 15% in both of those comprehension, the measures of comprehension within iReady. So again, we are trending a little bit higher than as an overall placement than we were last year, but you'll see from the graphs to the right, our comprehension is still the challenge. It's still our next step. So again, revisiting that to say what worked and what didn't, and how do we grow what did. So there's that. Again, the routines that had been tried on by teams and will be revisited, reflected on, were those oral reading fluency routines to achieve a target reading rate, so that's words correct per minute, but also with accuracy and appropriate expression. So that automaticity, freeing up that cognitive space to comprehend text. So a key initiative within our district are PLTs. Backing up to August, where we launched, following the PLC conference with our guiding coalition, that team met and planned a launch with our whole building, where we dug into PLT right versus PLT light, meaning studying the stages of a high-functioning PLT. So the teachers immerse themselves in reading and learning about what those stages are, renamed them for our own staff to kind of in a way that was less education-ease, that made sense to us, and then took a baseline data stage for our team. So those red dots on that turquoise picture was our baseline. We had, and I think stage one got a little bit off screen, sorry, but we had a high number in stage one, highest number in stage 3, and we had some out into stage 6. Our most current reflection time, we had a reflection opportunity, we revisited the stages, we took back out our artifacts of our charts and how we had made sense of these stages, reread the article, discussed, had honest conversations in our teams about what our strengths and what our next steps are. We analyzed the 4 questions and really thought about like where we are spending most of our time, just an honest reflection with one another. And then re-rated ourselves. So again, individual dots. And so what you'll see is movement towards more of a stage 4 and, higher on stage 5, but none beyond that, which I actually, the 2 dots in stage 6, I was like, okay, this is great data, because here we were at the beginning of the year, with like, oh, I love my team and this is going to be great. And of course we're, doing all these great things. But then as we learn more about the work that's happening, what should be happening in PLTs, and that honest reflection with one another and saying, gosh, I wish we were doing more of bringing student work to the table and having conversations about how we are meeting the needs of our students collectively. There was more honest reflection is what it felt like this round. So we will revisit this work again at the end of the year to see where we are now, again with that mindset of, although our teams are changing, we're stronger for our future teams in developing ourselves as learners within our PLTs. In between all of that, our teams continued that ongoing work of that Plan, Do, Study, Act. So developing those common formative assessments, that will continue, and then the increase of collective efficacy. So again, that we are stronger collectively. The smartest in the room is the all of us. So really thinking about those team commitments to one another. When we agree upon our timeline for our CFAs, we're making sure to bring them back together, and we're making decisions as a team how we will best meet the needs of our students collectively. So we will continue with that work. And then, moving into our Character Strong pilot for this year, another key initiative. At Southridge, we've been committed to Character Strong, really working towards fidelity of the curriculum. To echo Angie, we have common expectations across the school in all of our different environments attached to the Be Kind, Be Strong, Be Well. We also are acknowledging students. May and I like to visit classrooms to celebrate them. They get to spin the wheel when we use palms, not tokens. I went a little bit less costly this year. But they earn, it's still a token economy. They earn our Roadrunner buck, and that becomes a palm in their jar. We get to go collect those palms and celebrate the kids. So it gets us into a lot of classrooms for positive reasons. And then we celebrate with them. So there's incentives on the wheel that it's quality time with them. Next week I get to go to show and tell. Like, it's not like high costly tangible all the time, but we also do that with like hot cocoa parties, but we get to be a part of that celebration with our students. So carving out time for that, I've really seen the payoff with relationships in our building. The data collection impact, I know that there's a lot of variables to this, but when pulling our major behavior events within our referral system, we decreased from 500 major behavior events to 202, so the same point in the school year. And again, I attribute it to not only our common expectations, but that common language and instruction and understanding from all of our grade levels, what it means to exhibit these character traits. We talk about the character traits every day on our morning announcements. It's very it's within the culture of our building, and has really, we've noticed a difference in students following expectations. There's just a greater sense of respect towards one another and towards their school community. The biggest improvement is on the playground. One of the factors, we did move to a single grade level recess this year. So our recess teachers are working hard, back to back all day, but it has helped with like the ratio and monitoring of student behavior. So with us becoming smaller, that may still be a combined recess next year, but the same number and ratio is what we're hoping for, because we did find that was likely a second impact on that. I also found some evidence of impact of this Character Strong curriculum through our CEE data. So we had increases in areas of like students understanding the expectations of the school, teachers having common understanding of the expectations, holding kids accountable, that we have a system for celebrating success. That was exciting for me to see, to go from the 70s to the 90s. It feels exciting that we like celebrating students. That we're continuing to see the importance of social emotional learning and frameworks around that, and just more understanding of what those objectives are and the look-fors and the support for that. So we will continue to build on the belief in our collective power. So again, acknowledging and leveraging our individual strengths as staff members and colleagues and teaching partners. The evidence of yes in that growing this year is teachers seeking out learning from one another as a result of PLT studies. So when they selected a routine and a team member might say, well, I don't know what that looks like, can I come see you? And we were able to get teachers in each other's classrooms to learn routines together, or to see someone that is confident in a routine model that for their colleagues. I'm proud of the discussion that's happening at the building. We are a student-first staff and asset-based, so you will hear us, again, celebrate kids, talk about what is happening and how to grow that and expand that. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. I believe last year one of your school goals was around behavior improvement for students. And I just want to say that I remember you speaking about that last year, and it's great to see that this year also there's improvement. Mm-hmm. And so I know some of that is attributed to the Character Strong curriculum, but also the work that you all put in last year probably continuing. So I remember that. So thank you for the update on that regard. I also remember last year one of your school goals being around, I can't remember exactly the language of it, around relationship and communication amongst the adults in the system. So I just want to reflect back that it sounds like there's been a lot of positive teamwork with your educators and your campus there. So just thank you for, again, sharing that a year later as well. It sounds like things are going well. And thank you for including all of the data and letting us know how you're using that as you're looking at your goals and watching progress. So it's helpful then for us to be able to kind of understand a little bit more your day-to-day at the school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so going from 500 down to 200, that's really impressive. That's a big drop. So that's working. That's great. I think it's interesting how you separated the recesses. To me, that makes sense. There, you eliminate the pecking order a little bit, and that eliminates problems. So thank you for that. But yeah, I'm going to just echo Amber that both schools appreciate the data. I mean, the only thing that we really can base things off is data. Thank you for that. Keep providing it. Keep honing in on that. That for us, that's really our report card. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I would just comment, both schools, thank you for your presentations. And I just appreciate your willingness to always care to learn more and to dig in and ask the questions. And even when it's not, you're not seeing the results you want necessarily, you're always like working to get better. And it's so evident that we have people who really care about the kids and really care about, getting them the foundation so that they can be successful in life. And I just really appreciate that you bring us all that data that shows us how you're doing it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Great. wonderful presentations this evening. Always excited when we get to talk about student learning. So up next, we're going to change gears just a little bit. And we have Executive Director of Business Services, Paula McCoy, with our monthly financial report.
Yes, I get to follow the math discussion. I love that. Talk about some more math. So we are going to talk about math in the month of December and talk about January enrollment. So January enrollment, we are down just a hair from the month of December. We're down about, in total, 10 FTE from December, but our average is only down about 3 FTE from the year. So year to date, we're down about 3. So we're still kind of maintaining where we've been throughout the fall. We are seeing enrollment uptick a little bit in the month of January for our February count. We had a lot of changes happen over winter break, and that's what we're seeing with the January enrollment. So a lot of withdrawals, and we don't see the new students until probably the February count, because we process those withdrawals first, if that makes sense. For the month of December, we are still maintaining that deficit on revenue of about $1 million. So for that 93 FTE for the enrollment, that is making up that $1 million in revenue. So about $11,000 a student is the math on that, which is because that number has been pretty close throughout the fall, that we've maintained that difference from the start of the year. On the expenditure side, however, we've been able to offset that loss in revenue with maintaining cost control measures. So we've actually, we're in a slightly positive situation right now. And we'll get into some of the factors in a couple minutes when we look at some of our expenses. But we're maintaining that deficit, or we're maintaining a balance there. I also want to talk about, it has come to that time of year when we get a visit by our lovely state auditors. So I get to spend about 5 weeks throughout the month of March hanging out with my buds from the state auditor's office. So they will be coming here to do a regular audit of the school districts. So for those that don't know, governments in the state of Washington, the school district included, we have the privilege of getting our books audited by the state of Washington. And when they come, they look at various things. They look at our internal controls over how we're managing money, to make sure that we're following all the rules and regulations, that we're reporting things accurately. They also look at our federal compliance with grants and the grant compliance requirements. And then they also look at legal compliance. So they'll look at, are we following our board policies? Are we following state law? And so they'll start that work right at the end of February. And as a part of that process, they'll reach out to Dr. Rodriguez to schedule some time with some of the board members and Dr. Rodriguez and myself to do a meeting to talk about what they're going to be auditing. And then at the end of that process, they'll do a meeting with the board to share the results of the audit. And that will be for last year. They'll be auditing the 24-25 school year activity. All right, so enrollment. What we're looking at here on this next slide is the month of January for the last 5 years. So you can kind of see how we've ferreted out over the last 5 years. So compared to 24-25, we're down, or we're up actually about 76 FTE from this point last year, year over year. And again, that from last month, we're down 10 FTE from December. All right. Looking at revenues, we've actually maintained our budget position from our projection, with the exception of the enrollment right at the start of the year. But we're actually in that maintaining status right now. I did actually want to highlight, though, community ed. Community ed is having another year where they are just killing it with their programming. I don't know what Mandy's doing, but she is just keeping the programming running. We're on par for another wonderful Youth Arts Month in the month of March. She's gearing up for that. But this is going to be another record-setting year for our community ed program. And we're seeing that in her numbers and her classes. So this is going to be another great year for community ed. And that's what I'm going to say on revenue. I did want to talk a little bit about expenses and in particular fund balance. This is, right now we're maintaining where we are with our budget for the monthly expenditures. The green line again represents our board minimum fund balance policy, which is, for this year it's $5.2 million. The orange line represents how much we actually are spending each month in relation to that green line, which is how much our board policy says we have to have in the bank. So right now we are obviously spending more than that minimum fund balance policy. I wanted to mention this because this is a topic that the legislature right now is looking at, because school finance has been all over the news in the legislature for the last couple of years. Right now there's a bill that was just heard yesterday, and I have the number here. It was House Bill 2593 that would require school districts to adopt a minimum fund balance policy that would actually restrict access, not only adopt a policy, but would set thresholds that would say that school districts have to have a policy that sets fund balance at least 6%, but no more than 12% of your expenses, and you can't access that unless it's for truly like extenuating, and they define what that is in their legislation. But this, I mentioned that because this is something that's important to the legislature, and it may not be this bill that gets finalized. There's other bills that are floating around that deal with similar topics of fiduciary responsibility. I'm gonna categorize it like that. But this is a topic that we're probably going to see some sort of outcome this legislative session. The outcome could be training. That's another bill that's floating around. Training being a requirement of the legislative body, i.e. the board, having fiduciary training. It could be additional training of the fiscal officer that's required. There could be other requirements that come out of the legislative session. This is a topic that has gotten renewed interest because we have a record number of districts on binding conditions. And believe it or not, we have one district, and I'm not going to name who they are, that has actually filed a petition to be dissolved. So this is a big issue. So this is where we are. If this bill were to be passed, we would be compliant with where we're at right now. And our policy, we would have to change some verbiage in our policy, but this is important for us to continue to monitor month after month so that we know where we're at.
Paula, I just wanted to add for the board, so we're within that 6 to 12%, but it's important for us to recognize we're on the low end of that, so that's one item to consider. The size of the district has a huge impact to the cash flow needs that occur. So 6% in Kalama is not 6% in Seattle Public Schools. And so this is just something I want to bring to your attention. When in Washington State, we're a local control jurisdictions with public schools, and this would legislate something that at the state level that's going to restrict local school boards from determining what is the appropriate level of a fund balance for their own community. The other item that is of potential concern for us to consider is around this not accessible. And again, this erodes local control, so I just want to bring this to your attention. With our capital project this year, we have a lot of money coming in and out in order to fund that multi-million-dollar project. And there are months where we're going to need to spend every penny in the bank, and then the next set of funding comes in, because again, we only get certain percentage each month from the state with our apportionment. So just really want you to be aware as we're talking about these bills, the broader reaching impact of them.
Absolutely. Great point, Dr. Rodriguez. And then this next slide is really just looking at the fund balance specifically over this this year, and then looking at the last couple years. We follow a typical pattern, and this year we're following that same pattern. We have 2 periods of time which align perfectly with the property tax collections in October and April. Those are those peaks. So certainly certain times of the year we have ebbs and flows of the fund balance.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that one?
Absolutely.
What you just said, Dr. Rodriguez, I think my understanding of what you were saying, Paula, that essentially if there was the true set aside that everything under that black line is not touchable. Even unless there was some kind of emergency,
exactly.
And they would be telling us what that would be or not.
The state's going to tell us what that emergency is. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So now just looking at the individual components of expenses for the last couple months. Payroll expenses right now, we're trending below budget. Part of what's feeding this right now is we have a lot of our staff right now that are on the state Paid Family Medical Leave Act. So we have a lot of staff that are utilizing that. We also have a couple unfilled positions right now. So we've got some of that staff is being filled by substitutes, and some of that staff is actually being filled by contract agencies, like specialized positions where we can't hire a substitute because they require a certain skill. And we'll see on the next slide our non-payroll costs. We're actually above budget for that reason because we've had to hire specialized staff for that reason. So now looking at the flip side, our non-salary costs for the last couple, November, December, we're actually above budget in those areas because we've added the cost of those contracted staff, offsetting the payroll, if that makes sense. All right. Quick update on the Capitol construction. We've still got that live stream of the building of the school if you haven't checked it out. But I wanted to give a quick update on the impact fee balance as of December. We have about as of December, we had $13.6 million in impact fees, which is helping us cover the January warrants that are before the board, and then that'll also help us cover most of February. We'll be working with the county to work on when to draw the loan from the county to cover the rest of the project in order to finish the rest of the school. And then also this April, we should start to receive the first portion of our capital levy coming in. So that'll help finish the elementary school project between those two funding sources. All right, and this is the last part of our presentation tonight. I wanted to share with the board, you folks see a lot of the output of our department in terms of the reports, and then your packets are really thick of information. But I wanted to share with you some data because why not? We do a lot of stuff in the district office. We have a small but mighty crew of people. And I was curious, so I wanted to know, we just ran the W-2s and I'm like, how many W-2s do we have? 782 W-2s we issued this month of January. That is a record. I think last year it was like 680. So we've got our members of the Employee Services Department back here in the corner. That's how many employees we had on the payroll this last year. Believe me, we felt it in the payroll department. They felt it in Employee Services. That's a new record for Ridgefield. Invoices. So this is like your board packet, all the pages and pages of numbers. That's all the bills we're paying. 8,500 invoices that we've processed. That's a new record. That's 700 a month. I asked our AP person, like, if she was curious, do you know how many invoices we run a month? And she's like, about 700, Paula. So she feels it too. So 700 invoices a month. That totals about $100,000 in this past year of bills that we've paid in the Ridgefield School District. And that's 2,200, just shy of 2,300 vendors that we pay. And several of those are Ridgefield vendors. So that we support our community here in Ridgefield. And also in our department, we support and manage all the money that comes in, but there's a lot of money that has to be tracked on all these ledgers behind the scenes and all those food service counts that we have to track. There's 5,200 of those that we have to track, all the little, and Tyler's in the room. Tyler is our food service person. He gets the pleasure of having to track all that. 5,200 of those, Tyler. Small but mighty crew in the Ridgefield School District. So I just wanted to highlight some of the work that's happening kind of behind the scenes over this past year in the business services group, and also some of the employee services groups in the district office. So that is it.
Thank you, Paula. That takes us to the superintendent.
I had one question for you, Paula. With the MSOC expenditures, and you were talking about the added cost of contracted staff, and I know that there's is it a House bill that specifically talks about the sales tax that school districts have to pay? Is that part of that issue as well?
That is part of the issue. So it's talking about adding sales tax to those contracted service providers. Absolutely, we are directly impacted as a result of that. So that bill is asking for school districts to be exempted from that requirement because it's adding 8.9% to every one of those bills.
Okay, thank you.
It's not getting good traction, I'll just share. So encourage you to reach out to your legislators due to the overall downturn outlook fiscally in our state. That sales tax, I think people were like, well, okay, you pay sales tax. So like on our new building, we pay sales tax on every single cost of that construction. We pay sales tax when we coordinate with our educational service district for professional development. We have to pay sales tax on that. So this was something that I think was unforeseen in some of the additional revenue measures that passed last session. And there is certainly a group of folks who are trying to figure out how to solve that. But given the overall negative fiscal outlook for the state, it's going to be an uphill battle to get this corrected.
Well, it feels like double taxation to begin with.
Yes.
I mean,
Agreed.
We have a law for that. They just loopholed it.
Yeah. I think it's fun how we locally have to pay for construction and things, and then we still have to pay sales tax to the state. On that cheery note, it is tax season, I guess. A few more things to talk about this evening. So capital projects update, you already heard kind of the behind the scenes fiscal pieces that are happening from Paula tonight. Here's your updated photo of the site and the board. We got to go out and visit. I guess that was just last week. So there continues to be lots of wonderful things happening out there. Certainly the weather has been on our side. Even though it's chilly, it's been pretty sunny quite a bit through the construction time. Wanted to share just a few photos for folks that don't have the opportunity to get out on the site, but this is temporary roofing that went in. This is what waterproof, so that we can have all the other trades happening inside the building. So that's a really big deal when that gets completed. You can see on the right here, the HVAC installation is going in. So those are things you won't see when you visit the school, but there's a lot of things that are happening to make sure everyone is warm or cool or whatever it might be. You also can see here on the left, this is a photo from today. So this is the insulation you can see there. And then you see all the cinder blocks and things. Like the facade is going to start going up on the first section. So pretty soon it's going to start to look how it's going to be on the exterior of the building. So it's very exciting. The middle picture, I thought this was fun, and I know you're probably like, what in the heck is this a picture? So the guy, he's little tiny, right down in the lower left-hand corner. That's a man standing on top of a lift with his orange vest. Just wanted to give you the scale of the interior of the gymnasium, the cafeteria. Those are all masonry walls, and so they are in there pressure washing to get it cleaned up a bit before we kind of move to the next phase. And then this last picture I know doesn't look that exciting, but what's exciting is this is concrete on the second floor. So that means we are so far along that now we have poured concrete on the second floor of the building. So lots of great work happening out at the site. Okay, I'm going to move into staffing update now. And again, just want to echo some of the things that Paul has already talked about around the funding challenges across our state with a district basically looking at dissolution. We have more districts than we've ever had on binding conditions, which is the equivalent of bankruptcy for a school district. It means they don't have enough money in the bank to make payroll. And this is happening increasingly year over year over the last handful of years, to the extent that OSPI is now trying to tighten up when you can even request for an apportionment advance. That's where a district says to OSPI, hey, could we get February's money now? Because I can't make January payroll. It's not a great way to run a business, not a great way to run your household, not a great way to run a school district. So it's getting increasingly hard for all districts to remain fiscally solvent, given the underfunded situation and the unfunded mandates that public school districts face in our state. As we've talked about before, personnel, wages, and benefits are the number one expense of the district. It's about 85% of our total expenditures. That leaves 15% to buy curriculum materials, keep the lights on, turn the heat on, fix things that are broken, make copies, all the other things that it takes to run the district have to fit into that small portion. Washington State allocates the number of positions that we get. So they say, okay, if you have this many students, this is how many teachers you get, this is how many counselors you get, this is how many principals you get. It is based on something called the prototypical school funding model, which sets a ratio based on a made-up theoretical school size. So they pretend that elementaries have 400 students. Okay. They pretend that middle schools have 432 and that high schools have 600. Okay, I know we're schmedium, but like we're way bigger than that in all counts. So they create ratios, and then basically you backtrack it to figure out what the funding will be. Washington also funds those positions at a set state rate. They don't fund the salaries that have been negotiated. Because we negotiate staff salaries district by district across our state, and we don't have a statewide salary schedule. So there can be significant discrepancies in what a person makes depending upon the district that they work in, even for the same job. Funding shortfalls, of course, so we don't have funding coming in for the actual costs that we pay for staff. We continue to be woefully underfunded in special education, as does every single district in our state, and underfunded in what we refer to as MSOCs, maintenance, supplies, and operating costs. And those things, which I'm going to call basic education, have to be made up through local taxpayer levies. And so when you look at our neighbors, for example, in a couple of the districts nearby that are running levies here in a few short weeks for the second or third time, when you don't pass your EP&O, your educational programs and operations levies, you can't pay for basic education because the state does not provide enough and the federal government does not provide for that. So there is also, in our case, this is important, no reliable guaranteed funding for school construction or renovation. So your school was built in 1962, Southridge, I think. You want a new roof, there's no money allocated for that. So we could glue pom-poms up there maybe. Every kid's palm can go right over. Okay. I think, and you're like, why is Jenny talking about this when it's a staffing update? Because you have to understand the fiscal picture that we're dealing with and the impact that has around the staffing that we do. I wish that we could do all the things for all the people all the time. I wish, and don't shoot arrows, that we had year-round school. I wish that kids got to have more instructional hours. I wish that teachers had more planning time. I wish we had 16 kids in every kindergarten class and that we had a full-time para dedicated, because early learning is absolutely critical. But that's not reality, and we have to make tough choices because of the realities of the dollars. I don't get to live in a place where I don't have to worry about how I'm going to pay people's paychecks. I think about those, how many was it, Paula, W-2s? 782 people I worry about every day, whether they can pay their mortgage and feed their kids. So I have to think about all these things, and you do too as the board. So I want to talk about enrollment, and Paula, again, she always gives us the monthly update. Where are we at? Where's the AAFTE? It's the average annual full-time equivalent of students, because that's what we're funded on, and student enrollment drives school funding. We do projections every year. In fact, I do them multiple times because I want to be as accurate as I possibly can, because we're talking about student experience, but we're also talking about people's jobs in our community. And we use all kinds of data to make those projections. We use existing enrollment data, so we figure, okay, if Johnny goes to school in first grade, we kind of figure Johnny will be in second grade next year in our district, right? So we look at actual kids. We look at trend data over multiple years of historical data to try and figure out, are we going up, are we going down, what percentage should we predict? We look at birth rates, because most kids go to school when they turn 5, so we can look back 5 years in the birth rates and get some ideas about kindergarten incoming class there. We look also at, and you know this from all of our boundary work over the last few months, the city and county development plans, so that we can determine if we think there's going to be increases, and again, to be as accurate as possible. We review all of our in-district transfers, so folks who live in the Union Ridge but want to go to Southridge, and who live in Southridge and want to go to Union Ridge. We look at all of our choice transfers, which are out-of-district transfers from people in neighboring districts. About 50% of those in our district are the children of employees. They have a right under state law to bring their children to the district in which they work. The other half are folks that requested, and we approve them on a space available basis. And after all of that, we determine how many folks do we need at each campus, how many teachers, how many at each grade level, how many specialists, how many principals, all the things. State funding also provides, under that prototypical model, they provide some allocations for central services. Again, it's based on the enrollment. That's for things like a superintendent. That's for things like the business office. That's for IT support. That's for maintenance and grounds crews, because people don't want to empty their own trash or mow the lawn at the school. So there is some funding for that. I want you to take a look at the graph here, because this is our projected enrollment for next year. And while Paula just told you that we continue to go up year over year, what I need you to see is the trend line. So when you look at 10th grade, And then the 9th grade class, a little less. The 8th grade class, a little less. The 7th grade class, a little less. Oh, there's a weird uptick with the 6th graders. I don't know. We could go back and check what was happening, determine why there were so many babies that year. 5th grade, then we start to see it trending down again. We have this peak at 1st grade. That's the current kinder class. So what we don't know, because we won't know until people enroll their children in kindergarten, which opens March 1st, just for anyone who's curious. We don't know whether that's, again, like a bubble group of kids or whether we're going to start seeing the trend go back up. But if you look at the last decade, as we have a senior class leaving, we have an incoming kindergarten class coming in that has fewer students than the class that is exiting the system. And when that's happening, that means that overall you're going to start to see a decline in your enrollment, which is going to create a decrease in the funding, which means you cannot continue to employ all the people that you employed before because you're not going to have funding for them. And so this is why it's incredibly critical that we do projections really tight, that we budget conservatively. This is why Paul and I get along so well, because we both are like of a conservative mindset. We want to underspend. We work really hard to like cut back on expenses in every area possible in order to make sure that we can maximize the staffing for our kids. So on top of all of that, there are some additional factors with the staffing process this year. We're opening a new school, which is amazing and awesome and great news for our community. We have new elementary boundaries. That's going to change the number of students at every elementary campus, which means the number of staff also has to change. We're bringing 5th grade back to the elementary level, which means our 5th grade teachers at the intermediate school, they got to go somewhere. We are adding 6th grade to the middle school level. That means there's going to be a change of some type in their schedule, which is going to change the staffing levels. And then, of course, we have bargained agreements with both the Ridgefield Education Association and the Ridgefield Classified Association regarding the opening of a new school and a grade reconfiguration. And it's incredibly important to myself, and I know it is to you as the board as well, that we honor those agreements with our labor partners. So I want to just refresh your memory, because I know you all have it memorized, but just in case, on applicable REA contract language that impacts the staffing process this year. We made a number of agreements between REA and RSD as part of our full open contract negotiations last spring. Again, huge gratitude to our REA partners for putting in countless hours and really rolling their sleeves up with us and trying to find solutions to the concerns of folks. The REA membership as a group ratified that contract. So whatever we negotiate, that does not necessarily mean that it gets approved. The membership of the association has to vote at a certain rate in order to ratify the contract. And it was ratified, including the sections below, last June. Some provisions that are super important for us to pay attention to in the staffing process this year is a new section, Article 3, Section 6, around opening of a new school. It details the process by which we will staff the new building, the order that we go in, what type of seniority is to be used. It also has a section around a committee process to reach consensus regarding the grade level school model to be adopted, e.g. the daily schedule, planning periods, electives, etc. To the maximum extent possible, the district shall adopt the recommendation of the committee. Article 3, Section 5, this is not a new section, but I know that there were updates in it around vacancies and transfers. There's 3 parts of that. It talks about vacancies, what they are, how they get filled, voluntary transfers, and also the involuntary transfer process. Also, Article 3, Section 17, reduction and recall. We're not to this yet, but you can anticipate we will be talking about it in future months around a reduction in force, often called a RIF. Article 3, Section 15, around class size. We have negotiated class sizes and caseloads that are specific to the position and the grade level or school level that impact how many staff we're going to have in certain positions. And then Article 3, Section 12 talks about planning time. There are negotiated minimums for teacher planning time, and there is a set amount for elementary, a different for middle and high school, because the structure of those schools are very different. I do just want to remind everyone or anyone watching at home, all of our negotiated agreements are posted. They are open to the public. They are on our website. It's linked here, but if you go to our website under the Employee Resources page, you can see every contract and every memorandum of understanding or MOU that we have agreed to. So now we're getting, like, I'm funneling you down, right? State. Now we've kind of talked about some of these things that are an impact, and so let's talk about the process this year for certificated. Again, we could not finalize the staffing until we knew the boundaries, because until we knew the boundaries, we didn't know how many kids were going to be at each school, right? So you as a board approved boundaries on December 9th, which actually is quite early for a district opening a school, but we knew there was a whole bunch of things that needed to happen after, so I appreciate your willingness to move that timeline up. On December 18th, we had our elementary program committee with representatives of REA and RSD. The elementary schedule parameters are finalized, and we've adopted what was the recommendation of that committee. On December 19th, the staffing process and timeline was shared with all of our district staff and you, as well as the school board, via email. We have been providing ongoing updates around the staffing process through our weekly staff newsletter, which the board also receives. One of the things we did differently this year, because of all the transitions and transfers that we anticipated, was offer a $500 incentive to any certificated staff member who submitted their resignation or retirement by Friday, January 9th. This was done intentionally to try to reduce repeated staff moves. So if I'm a first grade teacher and I know I'm retiring, but I don't report that, then I have a seat in that spot next year, and it may mean that some other teacher gets a job they didn't want. And then when I resign in June, now they go to that. Now we got to fill something else. Now we have a different team. And so we're trying to cut back on the number of moves that occur so that we can get going on building those new teams. And we did that also around that timing so that people had winter break to really process, think about it, talk with their family, talk with their financial advisors if they were someone who was maybe on the fence about whether this was the year or not for retirement. We obviously had winter break, so everybody kind of shuts down for that couple of weeks. We came back from winter break. We published the REA seniority list on January 6th under contract. We have to do that by March 15th, so we were more than 2 months early. Again, we're making every effort to make sure people know where they're going to be as early as possible, because we understand the anxiousness of everyone in the system about just knowing what their future looks like. We verified all of our elementary enrollment projections. Our staff at district office, we went kid by kid, bus stop by bus stop, address by address, to try and ensure that we'd not missed anybody and that we were as accurate as we possibly could. Based on that, the staffing plan was finalized, and we notified any staff that we anticipated would be impacted, either ultimately in a reduction in force or potentially in an involuntary transfer. We weren't at those steps in the process, but as a matter of transparency and personal integrity, we wanted people to have as much advance notice as possible about potential impacts to their jobs. On January 7th, the vacancies, which are new positions, were posted, and you've heard some about that this evening. We posted for a science specialist and a social emotional learning specialist at each elementary. These were open to in-district staff only. We want to ensure, as do our labor partners, that people who work for us now can be employed before we go and recruit more people from outside. Those vacancies got filled the week of January 12th. January 20th, we shared out with all certificated staff across the district, not just elementary, all of the elementary positions at Union, South, and Sunset Elementaries. The reason for that was so folks could make a reasoned decision around, do I think I'm going to have the seniority to stay in my position? Should I put in for something else? We also wanted people to be able to say, what are the jobs that you want? because there's no predicting who's going to ask for what. And as one person takes one job, then it opens something that someone else might have said, oh yeah, I actually would really love that job or love that position. So those went out to everybody. We, as part of our agreement with REA, suspended the regular hiring and interview process. So these jobs were not posted. People did not have to submit resumes or reference letters or anything. We did not go through interview teams. It was an automatic, you're going to put in and here's the process by which you're going to get the positions. Staff had the opportunity to fill out an online Google form and list their top 5 choices. So this is the first job I want, this is the second job I want, third, fourth, and fifth. They were due, they had 3 days to do that process, due at 9 a.m. last Friday, just a couple days ago. And placements were made and were to be made under the REA contract language, which basically stated the first bite of the apple is people in the current job. So if I'm a kindergarten teacher at Union or at South, I have first rights to kindergarten jobs at Union, South, and Sunset. This was something that I think both the union and district leadership felt was important because it keeps the most qualified, experienced person in the job. It also reduces the amount of change in terms of change of curriculum, change of grade level standards, all those things. We're going to have a lot of change as it is, as we change teams. And you heard that when Tani shared about her teams. We're focusing on process because it's not necessarily about the individuals sitting at the table, because we know that that's going to shift coming up. So we got all of that. Second rights went to anybody else at the elementary level, but who was in a different role. After that, it went to people at a different level in the same type of role. And then it went to anybody else in the district who said, I want to do something completely different from what I do now. Again, only open to existing staff, not open to substitute teachers, not open to 1-year leave replacement contract holders, only open to people with continuing contracts. So Friday, after all of that, big thanks to Executive Director of Employee Services, Luke LeCount, who's sitting in the back, Executive Director of Schools and Leadership, Dr. Charlotte Ellis, who's sitting over on this side. They had the football draft board going, all the spreadsheets, all the seniority lists, all the things, color-coded, what choices, and that was Friday. It really took us all day. We got that sorted out, and then we met with our elementary principals. So thank you to Angie Gobb from Union, Tani Malone, who Zoomed in even though she was incredibly ill as part of the flu nonsense happening that I'll talk about later. And also Todd Graves, who will be the Sunset Elementary principal. So we met with them to try and are there anything we're missing? Do we are any errors that we need to correct? We had a few folks who did not get their first, second, third, fourth, or fifth choice. These are folks who are our most junior teachers, so one person with 0.0 seniority on the list. So we had to do some asking of those folks okay, here's what's left, what would you like? Following that meeting, we also had a meeting with REA leadership and WEA Uniserve to review all of the placements, address concerns and questions, and after everyone at the table was satisfied, we made all the employee notifications. Those were done via email. We had let folks know up front they'd be done via email because it was over 100 people that needed to be contacted, and we knew folks, again, out of kindness, one of our new core values, didn't want them to have to worry all weekend. So we stayed Friday night to make sure everybody got notified. But wait, there's more. We placed on Friday 122 staff, 105 teachers received their first choice. Or they said, I want to stay in my job, and so they did. I think that is incredible. I think that is a credit to my whole central services team for all of the preparation that went into this, the process working with our labor partners to figure out how are we going to do this in a way that is as fair as it can be. We had 8 teachers that received their second choice. We had one that got their third choice, one that got their fifth choice. We had 5 that did not get their first, second, third, fourth, or fifth choice, again, based on the language in the contract, based on seniority. And so for those folks, we were able to reach out and say, here's the options, and be able to have them select a spot. We have 2 teachers we've not been able to place into a position at this time due to the qualifications of the jobs that still are open. We currently have 10 open slots. These are not posted yet because we are not completely done with the staffing process. At this time, we have open and anticipate open 2 fourth grade positions. I'm going to say, I think, at Sunset Elementary. Thank you. 4 fifth grade positions. I think 3 at South. 1 at South and 3 at Union. Thank you, principals. 2 librarians, 1 at Union Ridge, and then we are actually going to be adding a librarian at View Ridge. We've had one, God bless her, librarian who has been running Sunset, View, and the high school libraries all on her own for multiple years now. So Coral has earned her promotion to high school librarian. So we'll be adding a librarian at View Ridge Middle School, so that's actually a new position. We have 1 open psychologist position. We've been trying to recruit for that for a long time now. And then 1 high school counselor position because one of our high school counselors took the new middle school counselor position, so that left an opening at the high school. And as we've been talking about budget, and you're thinking, well, okay, Jenny, but there's not money. Yeah, I know. So as a fiscal measure, our task, and I think probably my cabinet thought I was insane when I said, this is our task. Our task is to open a school with no more people. And we have 10 open spots. We had 2 mid-year resignations we've not backfilled. We've had 2 submitted end-of-year resignations, 2 end-of-year submitted retirements, 1 person who was on a 1-year leave of absence that we have been holding a spot who said, I'm not going to come back. 2 staff that we've not been able to place, and then the 10th and final spot is the additional counselor. It is the only new seat on the bus. Everybody else is a shuffle of the seats. We came back from the weekend, of course. When you place 122 people, we try really hard at Central Services, but we made 2 errors. So 2 out of 122 is, got to work on that, Luke. So we addressed the 2 placement errors. It was an error where we mixed up like who should have got that spot based on the seniority and the roles that they were in. We have followed up with the impacted staff. Those changes, because some people didn't get their first choice and then got their second, or they got their second, not their fourth, that's already been reflected in the numbers above. So that's the updated numbers. We, I think now are settled. I think as of the time of the board meeting, we had 1 teacher left who needed to select a position between a couple of options. So I think we'll have that wrapped up here shortly. And then moving on from that, it is into the middle school. So Monday we have middle school program committee to talk about what is that going to look like next year at View Ridge and have that scheduled parameters conversation. Our goal is by the end of next week, hopefully to have answers around that, and then determine the final staffing allocations for both View Ridge Middle School and Ridgefield High School. Really that next week, hopefully we are able to make decisions if there's any voluntary or involuntary transfers that need to occur. This is part of why we're not yet posting the 5th grade and 4th grade positions, because depending upon the staffing numbers at the middle school and the high school, we may have people internal to the system that need a spot and that are qualified for those jobs. Many of our middle school teachers have K-8 certifications and would be qualified for those positions. So we'll work through those transfers over really the next couple of weeks, if there are any. And then hopefully sooner, but no later than March, we would post anything that is left open as a certificated position. At that time, we really will have concluded the opening of new school process in the REA contract, and we will revert back to our normal hiring processes, also under the contract, just a different section. In April, if we need to do any reduction in force, we have to have that kind of pulled together by April 15th per the REA agreement. So I'd be coming back to you just as last year. That comes back to the board for a decision before it actually happens. And of course, Ashley Taylor here on behalf of RCA with her red t-shirt on tonight. Like loud and proud, girl. I can see it right there. It says RCA something. So yeah, I love it. Yeah, beautiful. So we also have classified staffing, an entire process to go through with them as well. We have our RCA agreement open for full negotiations this spring, so it's not in the contract, but we did agree and worked out a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, between the district and RCA. So thank you to their leadership for that work and coming to some consensus there. We are working on, honestly, the allocations for classified staff already. The seniority list, I got a pre-draft today, so we will have that out by the end of the week, because again, it is due by March 1st. We've moved it up because, again, we're trying to help people get settled and know where they're going next year. A couple of weeks to get those allocations determined, and then we'll follow a fairly similar process. So we're anticipating on February 17th that the interest survey for classified staff will go out. Same idea, they will tell us multiple priority order the jobs that they're interested in, by location, by job, by hours, all the things. Under the MOU with RCA, current Sunset or Sunset View split staff will have first rights to Sunset Elementary and any open or available View Ridge positions. That was intentional based on their membership that really said, we'd like to be able to keep teams together. We'd like to be able to keep folks who are familiar with the campus together. And so I think it made good sense for us as well. They will have first rights by category, by classification, and by district seniority in our RCA agreement, which is also posted on the district website and open to the public. You will see RCA has multiple categories, from grounds and maintenance to technical to paraeducator. Within those categories, there are a number of classifications, and so it matters which line you're on as to what jobs you get to go into. And the qualifications and such. And then Union Ridge Special Education RCA staff will have second rights to Sunset Elementary special education positions. That is because we knew we would likely and are moving from 3 intensive needs classrooms at Union down to 2, because one of those rooms is going to be at the new Sunset Elementary. And so again, in the interest of keeping teams together and people in similar roles with what they have currently, they are kind of the second in line. And then any remaining Sunset Elementary or View Ridge positions would be open to qualified elementary staff. Again, this would be, though, within classifications experiencing reduction. So if we said, hey, at Union Ridge, we have 2 paraeducators too many, then those folks get the next kind of like, okay, well, I'll take that job at Sunset, or I'll take that job at View. Any remaining after that is available to employees in the same classification at the same campus, and after that to classified employee at any site in order of district seniority for anything they're qualified for. So again, same idea. Once we go through all of that process, then we eventually come out the other side and go back to normal placement processes. So that is what's going to happen with our classified staff. So you also heard this evening quite a bit about changes to the elementary program of study. And so I want to give you some background first, context around the programmatic changes. Last year, as you heard, we implemented a new English language arts curriculum, one for kindergarten through 3rd grade, a different one for 4th and 5th grade. I will share with you that English language arts is probably the biggest lift for educators to implement. There are a huge number of components and pieces. critical foundational literacy skills. And so when Tani talked about like we didn't see a dip, that's actually really impressive and a credit to our staff for how hard they worked to get that implemented quickly with integrity. We also last year worked on identifying where do we have gaps in our curriculum, and worked through a process really kind of over the summer and this fall around that curriculum adoption cycle. You'll recall last spring we did a survey of our elementary staff around, hey, we're scheduled for a math adoption next year. Are you ready? Would you prefer to pilot science? Would you, like, how do you feel about Second Steps, which was our previous SEL curriculum that we had that nobody ever told me they liked. And, you know, so based on the staff feedback at that time, we delayed math, we piloted science, we piloted Character Strong. So those are happening right now. Additionally, within that context, in conversations with RE leadership and in review of elementary schedules, not every elementary teacher gets a prep period every day. Really hard as a teacher to not have just that moment to like go make a quick copy, make sure I've got my materials set up for the lab we're going to do, whatever it might be. And so that's been a concern shared from them last spring and again this fall. So that was another thing we were trying to think about. What do we do? Around the Open SciEd pilot and Character Strong pilot, which you heard quite a bit about from our elementary team tonight, the feedback that we received over the first 4 months of the school year, so September through December, from teachers, from our building principals, and from our REA leaders, was that we really like the new materials. They're cool, they're engaging, kids are excited. But we also heard this is a huge lift for classroom teachers at the elementary level. We're still learning the ELA. Now I've got to learn the science, I've got to learn the SEL. That's an additional 90 minutes out of my instruction each week. And we heard that concern again from multiple folks in the system at in different roles. We also, at the same time this fall, we're getting a lot of feedback, not just locally, but regionally and across the state, including from Chris Reichdahl, the state superintendent of public instruction, also known as OSPI, a call to really invest more of our time around what they call the basics, reading, writing, and especially mathematics. And you heard that and saw that in our presentations tonight. We are struggling, as are many people, around mathematics and our students' proficiency level there. So our instructional leadership team, just like the guiding coalitions that you heard about at our schools, we have our own guiding coalition, but we just call it an instructional leadership team, which is district instructional administrators and all of our building administrators, our principals and our assistant principals. That team, we have reviewed district-wide data. We've continued to learn and implement our professional learning community work. You heard about the investment we've made around that training for staff over the last year. We identified some really clear needs. We've got to increase time for mathematics instruction. There just is no other way around that. We need more consistency across classrooms and grade levels in science instruction. We have teachers who are passionate about science and they do an incredible job. We have other people who it's just not their jam, and so they may do it, but they're gonna revert back to other things as quickly as they can. We also need a comprehensive approach to social emotional learning, and you heard about some of the early preliminary celebrations and wins that we're seeing out of the implementation of the Character Strong program. And I think social emotional learning, because I know folks get a little like, ooh, that feels fluffy and squishy, and I don't really know what you're talking about there, Dr. Rodriguez. That sounds like something we should do somewhere else. These are the things we used to call soft skills. These are the things I refer to as employability skills. Social emotional learning is about being able to work in a team, set a goal, accomplish it, face a setback, get back up and try again. These are the things that make people employable. These are the things that bring people into leadership or not. And I hear the call for this really from every area of the community. Our employers are struggling right now with students who can't, or well, students, employees who don't get off their phones, with people who post things on social media that are unprofessional and cause drama in the workplace. Employers are struggling with people who don't know how to work with a team, don't know how to have a professional conversation. And, you know, we're also seeing, and I know no one wants to talk about COVID, but post-pandemic, the rise in anxiety, the rise in depression, the rise in challenges students are facing. We've talked as a board. There's a really cool activity tomorrow night at View Ridge Middle School where we have a special guest speaker coming to speak about student anxiety and the book, The Anxious Generation. Did I plug y'all okay? Okay, great. At 6 o'clock. I don't know. What time is it at? Okay, at 6 p.m. Principal Mansfield said 6 p.m. In the Black Box Theater at View Ridge Middle School. Like, this is an epidemic. We don't have the luxury to say parents will teach that at home, because it's impacting students' ability to be successful in absolutely everything else and their ability to be productive members of society when they leave us from public education. So why are we implementing some elementary program changes? We want to ensure that all students are going to get a consistent, dedicated core instruction in science and social emotional learning. These are critical standards. Having a dedicated staff member who specializes in that, we believe, is going to result in a amazing program for our kids. We also, as the board is aware, there's a state requirement for 100 minutes a week on average of instruction in physical education. I need to be really clear. Physical education standards are more than physical activity. And I absolutely understand and agree with all the talk about the wiggles and kids need to move and we need to get outside more. We need more fresh air, all the things. As a classroom teacher, even at, like, I taught 9th grade the longest, we moved in class. Earlier this year, I went and did yoga with the preschoolers in the middle of their class. Like, we all have the opportunity to build movement, no matter what our role is in school. So I think that's important to note. A lot of the standards that are in physical education are the things I'm talking about in social emotional learning. There's a ton of health standards. There's things around goal setting. There's things around building a plan that really are physical education standards that can be taught through social emotional learning, and really that's where I would say they probably are taught at this time. We are incredibly committed to a well-rounded education, so the program updates are going to ensure that every student, kindergarten through 5th grade, continues to get music every week, art every week, PE every week, library every week, and in addition, dedicated science and SEL special lessons every week. We also are interested in reducing the number of and the time for transitions between classrooms and specials. That is lost time always. We want to provide dedicated time and space for classroom teachers to focus on the guaranteed standards in reading, writing, and mathematics. We have heard their concerns, their pleas to take something off their plate. We also want to narrow the focus for our grade level professional learning teams and make sure that there is time weekly to focus on professional learning team products. And people are like, what is she talking about, PLT products? So here's the deal with PLTs, and we haven't talked a lot about it, but there's a process. What do we want the kids to learn? How are we going to know if they learned it? What do we do if they got it? What do we do if they didn't get it? That's the Wednesday morning conversations. But all the rest of it, like the preparing for that, the alignment of the curricular materials, the selection of the guaranteed standards, the updating of the scope and sequence, the design of the common formative assessments, that all has to get done somewhere. And it's a real challenge to do that, all of it, in 60 minutes a week. So part of this new schedule is providing an additional 45 minutes for our grade level team teachers to work with their instructional leaders at their buildings, their principals, their assistant principals, to continue moving that work forward, because that's going to improve outcomes for every single kid. And it's going to improve that PLT process and products too. We also really heard the concern around not having daily prep time. And so we want to significantly increase. I don't know that we're going to be able to get every single teacher, but we're going to go from like 0 teachers having daily prep to almost all of our elementary teachers having daily prep. I wanted to just share with you briefly when we talk about what are kids going to learn in these new specials, like here is the scope and sequence for elementary and science. And there's a lot of numbers and educatory things on here, but there you can, at least can see the topics. And these are really through all of the next gen science standards, which integrate engineering, problem-based learning, all kinds of great stuff. It's really important that our kids are getting some of this for so many reasons. Our recent, health issues included. I think it's important that we make sure kids are science literate. We also wanted to just share with you, and I know this is way too many little items on here, but you can go back and look at the slides later because they're posted on our board webpage, also free and available to the public. This is just the scope and sequence for the pre-K, K through 5th grade, Character Strong, and you can see it says Purposeful People. That's their elementary and preschool program, but this gives you that Be Kind, Be Strong, Be Well, the 3 Bs. I hadn't heard the 3 Bs, so I was like, okay, 3 Bs now. The 3 Bs, and this talks to you about what are the standards that are being taught through that curriculum. I 100% agree. It also belongs in the Gen Ed regular grade level classroom. Here's the secret. The social emotional learning belongs in every single space at school with every single adult at school. This is some real intentional digging deep lessons that are structured and provide us a way to assess whether students have become proficient at a skill, and if not, how are we going to get them there? There's also an incredible strand around leadership for our 5th graders that I cannot wait for us to get to implement in all 3 of our elementary buildings. The other thing I want to point out on here is you see all the things that I've highlighted in yellow. I don't know, Brett, if you can see, but okay. The Brett rule is talking about the colors. All of those are actually physical education standards. So students are going to be working on those standards, not just in a 45-minute once a week PE class, but also in a 45-minute once a week social emotional learning class. And combined with the 10 minutes morning meeting, which is a part also of our social emotional learning curriculum in every grade level classroom at the start of every single day, we actually, for the first time ever, are going to be compliant with that state law around the minutes of instruction. So exactly what are the changes? Students currently get 6 specialist blocks a week. They vary from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. They're still going to get 6 specialist blocks a week. They will all be 45 minutes. Every student's going to have instruction by a specialist in PE, music, art, and library, science, and SEL. Students will have fewer transitions in a single school day. Teachers' job-embedded professional learning time increases by 45 minutes per week. Classroom teacher planning time increases by 15 minutes per week. And some of you are like, 15 minutes? You don't know how much a teacher can get done in 15 minutes. The maximum instructional time of any elementary teacher, specialist included, continues to be 23 hours per week. They're not in front of students more than 23 hours per week. And the changes to the schedules and the specialist lengths does not change that. And the majority of teachers will have a planning period daily. Again, way too much text on a slide. I apologize, but these slides have to stand alone. The cheese stands alone. So they have to stand alone at the end of the day so people who go back and look at them can see what they are. But here's the gist. So you have kind of the schedule component down the left. What is it currently? What is it going to look like next year? What's the change? Yes, we're decreasing PE by 15 minutes a week. We're decreasing music by 15 minutes a week. We're decreasing art by 15 minutes a week. Again, I wish we could keep all the things. If teachers want to work an extra 15 minutes without me having to pay them more, I would be happy to extend the day and delay the buses picking the kids up. I don't think that's going to happen. So we got to find a way to make it work. Our library is increasing by 15 minutes a week. And oh, by the way, the state implemented new digital literacy standards this year that we have to take on now as professional educators. So we're going to be asking our librarians to assist us with that. And we're continuing to invest in having certificated librarians who have special training and skills to really provide a robust experience. I would bet if we were to poll every district in the state, there are more that have paraeducators running their libraries. And no offense, because paraeducators are awesome. I'm looking at Ashley. But there is something about that education. It matters, it means something, and we're continuing to invest in certificated librarians. In fact, we're increasing them this next year across the system. Science, there's not a change in the amount, but it's being moved to a specialist in a dedicated science lab space. Social emotional learning, we're moving the weekly lesson. We're not moving the 10-minute daily portion that happens with the grade level teacher. Reading and writing and math, and this is the why. I mean, I've given you a zillion whys, and again, I wish we could do it all, but we cannot. But here's what I think is the reason why. Right now, our kids are getting 21 and a half hours a week of reading, writing, and math instruction. And in the new schedule, they're getting 22.4. They're getting almost an hour more a week in reading, writing, and math instruction. 55 minutes a week. It's 33 hours a year. It is almost 200 hours of instruction over the course of their elementary career of being an elementary scholar. And not just our kids, but the job-embedded PD and planning time for our teachers, going from a 60-minute once-a-week PLT with 210 guaranteed minutes of planning under the REA contract to a 60-minute PLT with a 45-minute collaborative team meeting with support, 225 minutes a week of prep. That is going to matter, and it's going to make a difference. And so before we kind of close out on this particular topic, I'm just going to show you the data. And Smarter Balanced Assessment isn't everything, and I've said it before. It is one snapshot of our kids. But I think we all would agree that more kids should be able to be proficient and demonstrate their proficiency on that exam. And this shows you the English, the math, the science, grade level by grade level. And I think what I really want you to see is is JT here? JT went to basketball. So, but you all can tell him, like Jenny talked about your math scores at the board meeting, 10th grade, 40.7%. Less than half of our students are on grade level in mathematics. They are leaving with a high school diploma, not college ready, and college isn't everything. But if you want to go do an apprenticeship to be an electrician, you better know those basic high school math skills. You want to work in construction, you better know your basic math skills. You want to run a business, God help you, you better know how to do math. So this program was developed in collaboration with REA and the district. Not everybody was at the table. We employ 700 plus people. We serve 4,300 students, over 3,000 families in a community of, I don't know, I'm looking at you because I thought maybe the mayor's wife might know how many people live here. I don't know, 14,000? How many people live in Ridgefield? Close to 18, so 18,000 people in the city of Ridgefield. So add all the county and my Southridge friends, all my county friends, like 20,000 people. Not every decision can be made with every single person at the table. And ultimately, it says we, I'll say I believe that this is going to strengthen Tier 1 core instruction. I believe all students are going to get robust specials beyond the traditional offerings, beyond what is offered in neighboring districts across the state, beyond what I ever got to receive as a student. And I also believe it's going to support overall teacher well-being. So change is hard. Most people do not like change. It's difficult. We've got people that are going to have new teammates. We have differences in schedules. And 40% isn't good enough. And I understand and recognize the sadness around change and letting go of something that has been consistent for 20 or 30 years. And Albert Einstein said, Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is the definition of insanity. I'm paraphrasing because I probably flipped it, but we have to do something different. It's not working. Our kids are different today than they were 30 years ago. They're facing different challenges. We have to evolve, and we believe this is going to get us where we need to go. And if it doesn't, as we've talked about many times at this board, we will collect the data, we will come back and share it publicly, and if we need to make adjustments, we will make adjustments. But it is incredibly important to at least try. So before I talk about the measles, I'm going to pause because, this isn't the only thing that's been happening in the last 72 hours. So I'm going to pause there.
And if it's okay with the rest of the board, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess. Good. Yes, thanks.
Are you gonna drink this? No, go ahead. Can I have it? No, but I mean, it just switched from this is the first official outdoor of practice.
people that weren't doing probably sessions, like this is the
They should start paying attention to.
Yeah.
Sorry for that.
Oh my God, no, it's fine.
Okay.
I was like, I really have to go, so I'm not gonna get caught by anybody yet, so I was waiting.
Rub it.
Oh my
Thanks.
God, sweaters, all the.
I was struggling.
I mean, I was hanging in, but I did not mind taking a 5 minute. I got through my first
Well,
water
that's-
bottle, and now I'm on my second.
I gotta be careful, like what goes in. The intake.
Yes. I'm breaking the Jake rule. It's 7:34.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. I think we are all back, and we will continue the meeting.
Yeah, so when we left off 5 minutes ago, is there any questions from the board or further discussion from the board before we move on to the health update?
Sorry, I just have to stand for a little bit.
It's
Sure.
okay.
I just want to say, and I see some people stepped out for the evening, which I can understand because it is late. But I think today's meeting, public comment, as well as your presentation, is just reminding me that there are a lot of people who care a ton about this system, our kids, this education as a profession, and art and music and physical education all as essential parts of that. And I often feel the tension in our culture of having an this or that, an either or. And I am really sitting with the both and of this decision-making process and how hard that is. So I, as a parent too, I just want to say, and they're not in the room right now, but the art and music and PE opportunities are hugely important to our students. And so I can also understand it could feel like it's not valued. And that just isn't true for me as an individual parent or as an individual board member. So I just want to affirm that some of the most beautiful moments of my life as a parent have been through those programs. So I just, it is not, I just want to affirm the value of those programs, and also the difficult position of trying to fit everything into what feels like a very short day. So those are my comments. I appreciate all of the background, Dr. Rodriguez, that you've shared. I hope people who are wondering about the process will listen to this presentation to get that picture. And I just will, want to continue to be available, as we navigate through how best to meet all of the needs that are out there.
I would just say thank you for sharing the information on how the decision was made. I think that was a lot of the concerns that I had heard were around the how and then the why and the explanation for why. And it's always comes back to doing what is hopefully best for the kids. And I appreciate that the willingness to continue to look at it. So if it's not the best, we make the commitment we will do better if we know better too. So, and like Director Baker said, always calling her a doctor, said that, again, just reaffirming how much we value those special teachers, and my personal experience as well with my kids, that is like their favorite parts of all of their day are with those instruction moments, and they're not discounted. So we value you.
good?
Yeah, I'm good. It's a tough decision. It's really hard. And it's all important. And like Dr. Jenny said, I wish we could do it all. But we can't. And so we've made a decision, and we're going to try it. And we'll do what's best for the kids. If it works, yay. But if it doesn't, we can go back.
So yeah, I appreciate your thorough presentation, and yeah, I think it did uncover the process, which was a lengthy, many people involved in it, and that needed to be recognized. I appreciate that, and I can vouch for our board. We love the arts. We love PE. We love it, but what we don't love is what Dr. Rodriguez pointed out, 40% efficiency in math. We really don't love that. So, and I just saw a report that was a college professor at an Ivy League school and said, kids can't read at that high of level. He's like, so we need to address those core values, and some things are going to get sacrificed in the process. And at least they're not getting cut. They're being altered, but not being cut. It's all valuable. And we all sit up here and say, I wish we could have it all. But it would take a 10-hour day, and kids would probably thrive out of it, but the staff would not like it. So there's a balance, like on anything, and it's trying to find that right balance. But as Albert Einstein stated, we gotta pivot. We gotta do something different. We gotta find a way. So thank you.
Okay. Oop, it's not gonna let me click, I don't think, Danny. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. You get one slide about the health update because it's been a little bit of a moving situation. So just wanted to very quickly walk you and our community in this public forum through what has happened over the last 5 days. We were contacted by Clark County Public Health on Thursday, January 22nd, for 2 reasons, and in coordination with our Director of Health Services, Health and Wellness, Stacy Regalado, who's been just amazing through this process, and a number of other staff. But we found out that we had a probable positive case of measles at Ridgefield High School. We also hit the 10% or higher of students and staff out for flu or flu-like symptoms at Sunset Ridge. So as a result of those, we sent out communications district-wide to all families and staff about the flu, because we also had people out at every campus. We just hadn't hit that 10% yet. We sent a different, more detailed message to Sunset Ridge and View Ridge families and staff because of the high number of folks that were out with illness. We also sent out Thursday night an initial notification to RHS, Ridgefield High School, families and staff and students about the probable case of measles, with some what to look for, reminders to stay home when sick, and that we would be updating them as we knew more. We were contacted again by Clark County Public Health Friday evening. It was, 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock sometime, after we had done all the staffing. Then my friend, Dr. Charlotte Ellis, who helps oversee health and wellness, and Joe Vigard, our communications director. So we got to work another multiple hours getting communication out. So Friday we sent another communication to all Ridgefield High School families, students, staff, notifying them that the case was positive. It was laboratory confirmed positive, notifying them of the process of exclusion that occurs when we are talking about a communicable disease of this nature. infectious disease, and letting them know that if you're going to be excluded, you're going to get another communication over the weekend. So just putting everybody on notice, this is the process, and if you, don't meet these requirements, one of these requirements, then you'll get excluded, and we will let you know. Stacy Regalato, again, our Director of Health and Wellness, our nursing team across the district, they also get sick because they are with our sick children all the time and sick staff. So they were dropping last week regularly, and despite that, many of them were continuing to work through vaccine verifications. At the high school level, when those students were little itty-bitty kindergartners and they registered for school, we were still filling out the paper vaccine records. And people who are, my age or older were all like, yeah, that's what my kids did. So that's electronic now, folks, starting with about the 8th grade class. So all our records are awesome and electronic up through 8th grade. The high school, we still have a lot of paper records. And when you're talking about infectious disease, it's not just did mom write me a note and say I had my shots. We have to have medically verified vaccine records. So our nursing team was going by hand, file by file, checking the state registry for vaccinations to verify, contacting families, contacting staff, trying to figure out if people were cleared or not cleared. A team came in on Saturday. We were here all day Saturday. So again, thank you to Dr. Charlotte, to Stacy, Tyler, who's in the back of the room, was here, Tanya, his counterpart. They are our student information system specialists. They were both here working overtime. We had a couple of our nurses that came in for overtime. Principal Tortora was here. And so we finished all of the vaccine verification. We identified at the end of Saturday, we had 91 excluded individuals. That included students, certificated staff, classified staff, athletics coaches, substitutes in a variety of roles, and volunteers who had been on campus. Any of the 3 days that the student who had the positive case was infectious and was present on campus, January 14th, 15th, 16th. So we did phone calls. Staff members called all of the people except for the volunteers. We sent an email because it was a lot of phone calls. Phone called, got a hold of all those folks, followed up with an email, direct information that we were directed by Clark County Public Health that we had to share, flyers in multiple languages, around the look-fors and reminders, and notifying them of what we would need in order to bring them back to school or to work. And I think it's important for folks to know this isn't just an exclusion like you can't come to school. This is you're not supposed to go to the grocery store. You should not go to the doctor's office without pre-calling. You shouldn't be going to sports practice. It's a stay home, basically. Stay home until the infectious potential period is over. The guidance from health department is 21 days from the last date of exposure. So the last date of exposure was Friday, January 16th. That meant by the time we knew this was a positive case, 7 days had already gone by, which meant that we only had to exclude people for 14 more days, 2 weeks of school, 9 days because there's no school Friday. And so we contacted all those folks, and then through the weekend, we had staff continuing to work as they were getting vaccine records to make sure they were medically verified. As people were sending their information into us, we were getting them cleared. So as of this afternoon, prior to the board meeting, we're down to 47. So we've about cut it in half, which is great. Of the 47 that are currently excluded, we have 31 that are on vaccine exemptions. These are folks who said, I did not get the vaccine for a number of reasons. We have only 6 students with unverified medical records at this point. We're down to, I think it's 3 unverified staff. I can't see because the video's over it. Thank you so much. 3 unverified staff and 7 unverified volunteers. So significant reduction. Unfortunately, those 47 folks, there's a few that still could get cleared, but currently those 47 have to stay home through next Friday, February 6th. And then they would return to school and work that next Monday, February 9th. We do have staff at the high school. They're all aware. They're working with kids and families to make sure that they're not falling behind. It is actually the very beginning of the new semester, so everything is good and bad. So challenging because kids are missing the first 2 weeks of the semester. Silver lining, we have the whole semester to work with them and make sure that there's no loss of instruction, and get them caught back up if needed when they return. So we're going to continue to work with Clark County Public Health. We're continuing to work in cooperation with them. And there has been no additional cases. There's been no additional positives. We've not received any notice that there's even suspected cases at this point. So hopefully there won't be any more. And we'll be able to get everybody back here in another week and a half. And again, flu is pretty rampant in our community right now. So again, please stay home if you're sick. Wash your hands frequently. Don't share drinks and food. That's mostly for the kids because that's who I see do that all the time. And if you have medical questions, call your medical provider. Call your doctor. If you have questions about your vaccine record and whether you're verified, you can reach out to your school nurse. If you're a staff member and you need to submit your vaccine information, you can send that to our Employee Services Department. So we're just continuing to work through this as the situation evolves. Okay, pausing if there's any health questions before we do our last item.
Question. If there were to be any more cases that come up, would that extend the potential incubation time that those people would have to stay home, do you know? Or would it just...
It would be whoever was then exposed during the incubation contagious period of whoever that next person was. So if it was another high school student, we would look at when were they on campus and then who was there at that time, because like substitutes, volunteers, if they weren't there, then they would be able to come back. I know, my friends. So, yes.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who worked over the weekend to verify records and find out who could come back to school. And I will just pass on from one family that was impacted, just great gratitude for the care and support that they've received from district staff.
That's very kind. Okay. I'm afraid when I push the button, it's just going to start playing. So just in case that happens, because it might autoplay. So for our, we always like to end on something positive, which is not the measles. So, tell me something good. Today I have something a little different for you. I have a short video that Joe Weigert has put together for us about our strategic planning work group. So this is the world premiere of Joe's Ridgefield School District Strategic Planning Work Group video, which is now live on our YouTube channel. So, only 2 hours long. Yeah. I'm glad we had a 5-minute break. So, okay. All right, here we go. Or not. There we go.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jenny Rodriguez, proud superintendent in the Ridgefield School District. And over the past year, we have invited our students, staff, families, and community to join us in an important shared endeavor, shaping the future of our schools through development of a new district strategic plan. This plan will provide a North Star guiding staff in every role across the organization, ensuring we stay focused on the most important work and providing a common lens for individual and collective decision-making. From open launch sessions to a community-wide survey, we started by listening to you. With over 200 participants in the early phase of development, the community generated ideas around core values, guiding principles, and future opportunities. We then brought together over 70 volunteers, including students, family members, staff at all levels and in a variety of roles, and community partners to dive deeper. These volunteers shared their personal experiences, perspectives, and hopes for Ridgefield School District. They completed training on empathy interviews, then put those skills into practice, completing 210 individual interviews with members of our community. We are incredibly grateful for interview participants' willingness to share their personal stories, both positive and challenging, to help us dig down to the root of challenges in our district. Together, our core work group of 75 volunteers developed a vision and mission statement, helped us narrow down our core values, and started the challenging process of identifying goals. Throughout this process, one theme remained constant. Ridgefield is a community that cares deeply about our children and their education. Our volunteers approach this work with purpose and passion, helping to refine ideas, challenge assumptions, and elevate what matters most for our students and families. This dedicated team will reconvene again following a round of feedback from faculty at each school in the district, as well as additional guidance from our school board of directors. The final plan will help us prioritize our work, measure our progress, and stay aligned with our collective mission. On behalf of the Ridgefield School District, thank you to every student, staff member, parent, guardian, and community partner who has contributed throughout this process. Your input, your time, and your commitment to our schools are shaping a brighter future where students are inspired, educators are committed, and our community is empowered. Together, we cultivate learning and belonging for every student every day, building a strong community today and for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Yeah, well done.
Always my goal, one take. Yeah, I think it was so fun to see all the people and all the smiles. Like, we really did have the best time. The 75 people in that room working on parts of the project. So I'm just excited to keep working on it, and we'll be bringing it back to you later this spring.
All right, thank you. Board communication, almost. Donna, you're up.
There's a lot of things I could say. I'm not going to say any of them because I'm kind of done for the night. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the presentations. I always enjoy hearing about the schools, and we care about our students here at Ridgefield.
Thank you. Amanda.
I just want to say tomorrow is Public Education Advocacy Day at the state capitol. So there's going to be a whole bunch of WASA, the superintendents, and WASDA, us, people representing and advocating for and having a whole, and student representatives get to go to. I doubt that I'll be there, but you never know. I might get a wild hair and just drive up to the Capitol. But it's going to be hopefully an impactful day for our representatives, and hopefully we make some movement on those bills that really directly impact us and our community. I did see that the next regional meeting for our district is going to be in April, so I just wanted everyone to kind of get that on the calendar. It's in Evergreen School District, April 16th. And let's see. I wanted to thank Director Jones for attending the community chat, my first ever one. That was really great for the people who came. That was really helpful for us just to get to hear from our community members. And then Director Farnsworth came with me the last one, and I think she's going to come with me again. And then again, and I've got her roped in, and she's just going to keep coming, and it's going to be great. The next one's February 18th at the library, 5:30, and I hope you guys can make it. I also just wanted to say thank you for the school presentations. That was, it's always so great to hear about all the things you guys are doing, and such meaningful work. And it's just, thank you for documenting it and bringing it to us and showing it to us, but such good work. We are so lucky here to have you all. And also, thank you to everyone, especially the Stacy Regalado, for all the work that she's done. I know that it's been on the news and it's been in all the things, and I know there's so much work going on right now behind the scenes to take care of that and protect our community. So thank you to everybody who's been a part of that.
Thank you. Amber.
I think I've said a lot of the things I had to say during our board discussion. We'll just add that I am going to pause my morning coffee at Lava Java this quarter and find a different time, place to be available. I've been doing it there for the last 2.5 years. And I think that I haven't met anyone new at that time on a Thursday in a little while. So I'm going to kind of regroup and come up with a different option to be available. Having said that, if anyone wants to chat with me ever, please email the district email that we have for me, which is on our board website. And then I did want to just do a shout out. There were a group of students and parents who organized an MLK Day event in Ridgefield for kids at Lava Java. And I was able to drop in and see some of our high school students greeting families. And if you have never been to Lava Java, you may not know, it's not a huge coffee shop, but it was packed. And apparently it was one of the only events of that kind in Southwest Washington on MLK Day. It was really beautiful example of our community partnerships, and I was very proud to walk in and see some of our high school students giving t-shirts away and hanging with some of the younger kiddos and their families that showed up. So just wanted to say thank you to Ridgefield for that awesome event.
All right, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the schools that put together a nice gift bag to the board members. It was School Board Appreciation, I think, month. So that's a long time. But so I wouldn't normally wear a sweatshirt to a business meeting, but I'm representing some of the swag that we got, and I want to thank all buildings that we got some nice stuff, and it was just it was a kind gift. I appreciate it, and look forward to wearing all the cool gear I got. So thanks to all of our facilities that participated. And now we're on to old business.
Okay. Oops, I flipped right past it. I was feeling optimistic. Here we go. Apologies. Okay, so old business. The first one is item 8A, approving revised board policy number 1005, key functions of the board. This brings the policy in line with WASDA model policy, and we spoke about this at the last meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we are recommending approval.
I move that we approve revised board policy number 1005, titled Key Functions of the Board, as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? No.
Motion carries. Okay,
Motion
moving
carries.
to item 8B, approving revised board policy number 1111, oath of office. As a reminder on this one, OSPI has directed all districts to adopt the revised oath of office, which is in line with the WASDA model policy. So we recommend complying with the directive of OSPI and approving the revisions.
I move that we approve agenda item 8B the revised board policy number 1111, oath of office.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carried. Yep. I'm getting better. I'm working on it.
8C, approving revised board policy number 1210, annual organizational meeting. Again, this is bringing us in line with WASDA model policy. And just a reminder, like we were reviewing for board appreciation, the schools got you swag, and I helped you revise all of your board policies. So it's a gift you didn't ask for. So recommend that we approve revised board policy number 1210, annual organizational meeting.
I move that we approve revised board policy number 1210, titled Annual Organizational Meeting as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
All right, moving on to 8D, approving revised board policy number 1630, evaluation of superintendent. Again, proposed changes align with the WASDA model policy, which also line up with our current district practice. So recommend approval of revised board policy number 1630.
I move we approve revised board policy number 1630, titled Evaluation of the Superintendent as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Takes us to item 8E, approving revised board policy number 1820, board self-assessment. This is a really short one, but again, just brings us in line with current WASDA model policy. We recommend approval of the revisions.
I move that we approve the revised board policy number 1820, board self-assessment as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, that brings us to item 8F, approving revised board policy number 1822, training and development for board members. Again, minor changes to bring us in line with WASDA model policy, and we recommend approval.
I move that we approve the revised policy number 1822, titled Training and Development for Board Members as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Great, and that takes us to our last item of old business, item 8G, approving the 26-27 school year calendar. Under board policy 2220, as a board, you need to approve the upcoming school year calendar by June 1st. So again, we are aiming to beat all of those deadlines. The proposed calendar, again, reflects the survey data collected last year, revised calendar language that was bargained with the Ridgefield Educational Association that became effective this year, and the input provided by both REA and RCA leadership. The first day of school will be August 24th, and the last day of school will be June 15th of 2027. Recommend that the board approve the proposed calendar as presented.
I move that we approve the proposed calendar for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to new business this evening. Item 9A is approval of the 25-26 Highly Capable Program Comprehensive Plan. The plan is included in the board packet for you as part of the HiCap grant that we receive. The board is required to annually review and approve the program plan. The plan is in compliance with all state reporting and service requirements, so we recommend approval by the board for the 25-26 school year.
I move that we approve the 2025-2026 High Cap Program Comprehensive Plan as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Great, that takes us to item 9B, which is approving resolution number 2025-2026-007, authorizing use of the committed maintenance capital funds for the Union Ridge and Ridgefield High School roofing projects. Just by way of reminder, we have a building maintenance reserve fund. It was established about a decade ago in 2016. It supports our ongoing asset preservation program commitment. Prior to the start of the roofing projects this last summer, we had $1.5 million in that reserve fund. In June, we also received a capital reimbursement from the Department of Commerce in the amount of $325,440. This was reimbursement for funds expended in development of the Ridgefield Early Learning Center in the 2018-2019 school year. So definitely beating the Department of Commerce with our timelines. District use the these are the jokes, people. District uses the proceeds to help offset their roofing projects, again, because it's capital funds, things that would have come out of the capital reserve fund. Total cost of both roofing projects completed over the summer was $3,576,700. The board previously authorized $2.5 million to be transferred from the general fund to the capital fund to cover the difference. And the district has applied the additional reimbursement funds as well as available interest earnings from prior unrestricted capital monies in the amount of $110,000 towards those project costs. So that leaves $650,000. The district's requesting approval to pay that balance from the maintenance reserve fund in order to close out the project. We recommend the board approve the resolution authorizing the use of the maintenance capital fund for the 2025 Union Ridge and Ridgefield High School roofing projects.
I move that we approve resolution number 2025-2026-007, authorizing use of maintenance capital fund for the Union Ridge and Ridgefield High School roofing projects, as written.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Okay, if I knew we weren't going to have like a 4-hour meeting again, I would have brought the samples for this next item. So bringing us to item 9C, approve final contract for furnishing fixtures and equipment at Sunset Ridge Elementary School. Just again, by way of reminder, following the required request for proposals or RFP process, Inside Source was selected as our FFE vendor for the new Sunset Ridge Elementary School. We had a series of collaborative meetings. You'll recall we held a furniture fair so that staff could provide input at Union Ridge, South Ridge, and Sunset Ridge. We also received feedback from Principal Todd Graves. We have now finalized all of the furnishing selections. We're proud to share that our final order is within the established FFE budget for the project. That never happens. The district and vendor are prepared to move forward with ordering following your approval this evening. We recommend you approve the final FF&E proposal for Sunset Ridge Elementary School.
I move that we approve the enclosed final contract for furnishings, fixtures, and equipment at Sunset Ridge Elementary School as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Sometimes I do get to do fun things. And I will say, like, for anyone who's interested, in the board packet are pictures of all the cool stuff our kids are gonna have, so
I
so
did go through.
excited.
I did go through and I looked at every single picture. It was really fun. All the colors, all the styles.
Can't wait.
It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and I just want to say one more time, we came in under budget.
Yes.
So
That's good.
you can be on time and on budget and still get really cool stuff. Okay, Next, that takes us to item 9D, which is approval of the final contract for playground equipment at Sunset Ridge Elementary School. Same idea, we went through an RFP process. Northwest Playground was selected. It was great to work with them. They are based in Washington State. Inside source, they are based out of Portland. So I would consider both of these to be local folks that we got to work with, which was wonderful. There was actually already a design developed for the playground at Sunset Ridge when the original school design was done several years ago. However, we made significant revisions to the selections in order to increase play accessibility for all students. And we are proud to share that our final order is within the established playground budget for the project. And we are prepared to move forward with ordering following your approval this evening. So we recommend that you approve the final playground proposal for Sunset Ridge Elementary School.
I move that we approve the enclosed contract for playground equipment at Sunset Ridge Elementary School as presented.
I second.
Any discussion?
I just have to comment that I'm a little sad not to have any swings in the design. Just throwing it out there, but I will take it for accessibility, right? Swings, where are all the swings, man?
I mean, the pictures are amazing,
I
and I
know.
absolutely understand. And I will share with you the reason we don't have swings, and it's the same reason all public schools don't put in swings. Number one, it's a liability issue, and our insurer doesn't like us to do that. And number two, the footprint that's required in front of and behind, and the number of students who can play on that equipment for the square footage is incredibly small. So we want as many kids as possible to be able to play on the equipment at the same time. So please go into the board packet. The pictures are stunning. We're so excited. I'm waiting for the kids to have a contest to name the coyote. So, okay. No pressure.
I do have a question.
Yes.
In all these pictures, there's like these standing structures, and these kids appear to be standing on very narrow beams, like 5 feet off the ground. Is that a real thing? Are they going to stand? I guess
They are able to climb on top of a lot of things.
Yeah.
The surface of the playground is thick foam tiles. They're safety rated for an 8-foot drop, and nothing is 8 feet off the ground. So we don't encourage testing that out, but
they're kids. They're gonna.
Well, we will see. Yeah, I think everything is known to be safe, has been kid tested, insurance approved. So
Insurance approved.
insurance approved.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Woohoo! I kind of forgot whether we voted yet. Got so excited about the playground equipment. Item 9E, that takes us to our last new business item, which is approving the renewal of the Centegix alert system. I'll try to make it sound as cool as playgrounds, but I can't. We have implemented the Centegix Crisis Alert for the last 5 years. It's a safety platform. This is, every staff member has a card. They can immediately put the building into lockdown, no matter where they are. We have software that then tells you where that person's at. It will track them if they're moving for a period of time, so you know what direction they're moving. It can also be used not just like in a lockdown situation, but also for medical emergencies, student behavior challenges where we really need additional help right away. The system, because the platform has been around for about 5 years, of course now has an upgrade. With the new elementary site coming online, we did not want to buy the old system and then in 2 years when they said it's obsolete, replace it. So we are moving to the new system now. And because as a district, we all have to be on the same one, that means every campus gets updated crisis alert Centegix system. We're basically renewing for the next 6.5 years with all of the upgraded new equipment at every site, installing the new equipment at the new site. And in addition, this complies with Alyssa's Law, if you've heard about Alyssa's Law, which basically requires having measures in place in the event of a lockdown, school shooter type of an emergency. So we recommend the board approve the renewal and upgrades of the Centegix Crisis Alert System for 6.5 years. at a total cost of $329,400. That's not per year, that's for the whole contract.
I move that we approve the renewal of the Centedrix alert system as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? I'm just gonna say, I was expecting a much higher price tag for what we're getting for that system, so that's great.
Agreed.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Yeah, I should give credit to Heidi Smith. I was like, sorry, tired. Heidi Smith is our negotiator, chief negotiator. She is Dr. Ellis's executive assistant, and she works the magic on all the deals for us. So she got a lot of free stuff by $200,000. She
Good
saved
job,
us.
Heidi.
Yeah, so great job, Heidi, out there in the universe. So, okay.
Okay, with that, we do have executive session tonight, and that is,
We do have the need for executive session to review performance of a public employee under RCW 42.30.1101G. 15 minutes, is that sufficient?
yeah.
I move that we go into executive session for 15 minutes for the stated purpose, returning at 8:35.
All in, oh yeah, we need a
I
second.
second.
Yep, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. We are in executive session.
Okay.
You can keep it, right? We can keep that.
There's a
She
whole
can keep
stack.
that?
Yeah, she can have the whole stack. Give you the whole stack. It's so fun.
Furniture somewhere. My pocket gets very unorganized, so I don't know where it is.
Here, I'll give you mine. You can have my set.
Your whole packet?
Well, I mean, back to the, you don't want the other stuff, but,
I'm on hour 12 or something.
oh God, girl.
No, I have.
It's the furniture.
I know you are too.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
I know. I'm sitting there like,
I'm like, Heidi what? Heidi Smith.
there are a few Heidi's.
Oh, yeah.
I have those in my my little snack cabinet. Yeah, totally. They're really good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. I'll bring you the pro. You can see them. I'm not sharing my place.
Yeah. I had my smoothie and I am dying. I sort of feel like I'm eating it.
I have totally random questions that you might know the answer.
What's up? Is this my furniture? Yeah. Is it gluten free though? I'm not sure. does George do on these nights?
He just stays under the bed.
Oh, okay. You got it by the end?
No.
Oh, not 2 hours. No. 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 No.
Manny?
Good Lord, why do I have a 2-hour timer on my watch? What the hell was I cooking?
What was I doing for 2 hours? I was working out.
Yeah. I was marching at my, I was marching in place at my mom. Sammy was like, oh my God, because I texted her and I was like, I was marching, I marched in place. And she's like, oh my God, I wish I would have seen that. And I was like, I'm so glad I was there all by myself.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad were not there.
You gotta do what you gotta do to get it done, dude. Like,
It makes me mad on days that I go to the gym and then I don't get, and then it doesn't close. I'm like, I don't know.
that's how I feel every morning. I'm like, and Penny goes out and she goes talking and she's like, I'm done. She turns around and George is like, it's so cold. What are you doing? It's so cold.
It's so funny. When I was younger, I was very competitive, like with everyone.
Oh.
I was a very competitive person. As I've gotten older, I'm just more competitive with myself. Like, which my career does too.
Doesn't that feel good too, though?
It does.
I don't care.
I know. Brett Jones.
Yeah, sorry.
Hold on, let me unmute. Okay.
Okay, we are going to extend executive session by 15 minutes. We will be out at 8:50. Yep.
Sounds good. Yes, we are. We just have to see, once we start talking, it'll be like, wait, you're muted.
Okay,
You should go.
feel horrible.
Yeah, no, don't feel horrible, it's okay.
Cheer for her when she ended it.
We can cheer over coffee tomorrow. What I have to look at what's going on tomorrow. I know.
Like, we're successful, like she's successful. And I don't feel like, I know, you know.
I've been looking at her,
On the board,
uh-huh.
we did that Saturday afterwards.
So I had kind of started the same thing, like on a spreadsheet. So I've been taking like as I look at it, and I'm just like kind of just transferring it all, because I want her to be able to erase it, because people are going to start to decipher what that means.
Well, I've been texting with Tiffany too, like, just checking in, saying
How's she doing? I haven't texted her all week. I feel bad. Does he need surgery?
No, but they go to the, not for his eye, but for, they go, we did get, this was yesterday, we did get good news from the ophthalmologist, no surgery needed for
Oh,
his
good.
eye. It should heal on its own. We expected that's what they would say. Next one is surgeon on Thursday. Thanks for
Okay.
checking in. The pain is starting to kick in now, not so fun.
That's not fun. Good. She didn't schedule anything on her calendar until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well,
That means she's expecting us to not come until later. You people be happy with me. And it's staffing slides is what she's.
yeah, gets, well, we have to
bad, and was really feeling the need to go pick up Penny, and yeah, she said to call her on your way home if you want to.
Okay. I have to pee so damn bad. I think I'm gonna run and use the restroom. I'm gonna go do that. That's what I'm gonna do.
I can do that. Bathroom. I'm going for that exercise.
I can probably do that almost as fast as everybody else.
So do I need to give them the 2-minute warning, or?
No, they know.
Okay. You did. Well, my timer just went off. And I was like, I'm gonna wait for Jenny to get back, and then I'm gonna go knock.
I did not think we were gonna go this long.
I didn't either. But 2 more people signed up at the meeting. So there was actually 9 people. Yeah.
Wow.
So we
Oh, yeah, 9.
almost hit our 30-minute. Like if we had had one more
Oh,
sign up. we
that would have
hit
been
our-
it. Oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. That's nutty.
I was.
Oh, holy heck.
So I guess at some point we need to maybe have a talk about how we're gonna handle that.
Yeah, for sure. Do you need to extend? Oh, okay. I was like, come on, come on. Oh, man.
Okay, so we do have to vote this.
Are we off mute?
Because I can't find my cover page. Okay.
Okay, we are back from executive session. We do have one action item that we need to approve. So can I get a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the proposed superintendent's contract between the Ridgefield School District and Dr. Jenny Rodriguez for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. With that, we are adjourned. Have a good night. Okay.
The only discussion is thank you.
Look at us getting stuff done ahead of time.
I will say, because you all get to hear the negative all the